God, the second I hit record is the second an Oceans donates. That's just my luck, isn't it? Thank you, Oceans, very much. Go, write that down. Automation, Echoes of Wisdom, Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. And Deponia. Thank you very, very much, as always. So, score's doing pretty good, all things considered. Let's talk to Minda. What do you want us to do next, Minda? She just says, she just gives us the 3 vague destinations. Okay. I don't think we need excuses to raise the gameplay score in this game, Darkrai. Although Link Between Worlds might beat this on gameplay. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know. I'm going to go here. Yes. As soon as we finish this game, or Thursday, streams are going on pause for an unknown amount of time. Thanks, dude. Alright, what was that letter? Got it. So they have just started stocking the other types of bombs. The third and final types of bombs. Yep, the mailman's the only reason the store score is scoring this well. All those negatives are for everyone else. These 2 negatives are for all of the characters. And the 50 negatives, excuse me, 50 positives are for the postman. Sorry, hang on 1 second. I know there's the snail. And that's it. Okay, cool. Let's go to the bar, see what they say there, because I'm curious about the guidance of this section. I'm pretty sure similar to the Dark World in LTTP, or the final few temples in Ocarina, you can do the next 3 dungeons in pretty much any order, I think. But I'm not sure enough to answer that. Oh yeah, by the way, random passerbys will now have shopping bags with Mallow's face imprinted on them. Because everyone's shopping at Mallow Mart now. So this game came out the same year Oblivion came out. I don't know the months off the top of my head. You're going to have to Google that, sorry. But you are going to have to destroy Cycloud. Thank you, Cycloud. Always appreciate you. And I will go ahead and jot that down for Deedlit 3D dot. It is 3D dot Game Heroes. I've been calling it 3D dot Heroes for years. 3D dot Game Heroes and Dealer's Choice. Thank you. I think LTTP has more dungeons than this one. I believe that's it. I think it goes LTTP and then this one. How's Ilya doing? I'm sure the shaman will find a way to get her memory back. Renata's a talented man. Anyway, you got your own things to worry about, so just make sure you do what you need to do. Wondering what you got to do? Talk to Eshe. She's up in the northern mountain checking out things. Okay. Yeah, so they want us to head north next. To Zora's Domain. According to legend, Hyrule was made by the Hylians, who was beyond our closest race to the gods. But according to legend, long ago there's a race even closer to the gods. Some say these creatures made the Hylians. When they created the people of Hylia, they simultaneously created a new capital, a city that floated in the heavens. They dwelt there, and some scholars believe this race still lives there, somewhere in the sky. I wouldn't give to meet them. Yeah. They're alive and well. Tell me, did you find anything of interest in the Arbiter's grounds? Yeah, a lot of things that were not alive or well. The sages once served the royal family, actually. They were appointed as tutors to the young Princess Zelda. It was from them I first heard of the accursed mirror in the Arbiter's ground. How? Okay. Either you're old or you've been talking to ghosts, buddy. And I'm not sure which it is. Just someone who insists that I bother to go and do an editing pass of my VODs. Oh, I haven't shared that comment with you yet, have I? So it was actually a comment from yesterday. Check this out. This is great. This is such a monumental achievement of ignorance. This actually might be one of the most ignorant comments I've ever gotten on my show. I was looking to freshen up before playing this, but 5 hours of completely unedited soup of lore and random topics is just too much. I don't find it interesting to watch you do every single quest from scratch, one mob at a time. Doubly so when it comes to listening to people talk about cooking and whatever else. I get that it's a stream VOD, but if it's just the VOD the person watching them, if it's just the VOD the person watching wants, then Twitch is right there. If you're gonna recycle content, at least trim the fat a little bit. It can't be that hard. No, Twitch saves the VOD for like 2 weeks, then it's gone forever. Yeah, also, editing stream VODs is honorously time-consuming, and kind of difficult, too, because it involves creative decisions, what to trim and where, and time. I cannot believe how many people don't understand this, but on the off chance you don't, let's say I've got 10 seconds of footage, okay? I need to edit out 5 seconds of that. So that means in order to do that, I need to go ahead and find the point to edit, which is going to take an unknown amount of time. Once I've found that point, I chop, and then I chop, and then I pull out. That entire process takes, on average, especially if you know what you're doing, probably about 15 seconds. Which is why it takes roughly double and a half times again the amount of time to edit any length of footage. Oh, and by the way, the longer the VOD, the more likely it is that that's going to be even more onerous. So a 5-hour VOD is going to take about 12 hours to edit, on average. And yeah, this is why most YouTubers and streamers are actually part of a team and have a dedicated editor whose only job it is to edit their VODs. Can't be that hard. Oh. Look now, brother. Way is now clear, just as I promised. I don't know where you're headed, but be careful. So, all passageways open. Woo. I really do think that's a problem of ignorance more than anything else. But, at the same time, there's another layer to that. How many of you have watched, I'm trying to think of how to say this in a way that isn't insulting, overly edited YouTube stuff? This is nothing new. In fact, it's so old that it's like 8 years old at this point, but it's the thing where they try to take out even, like, breaths. Like, if I was to pause for a second here, and then keep talking, they'll usually edit out like that little pause there, just to make sure that it seems very unnaturally, like I am talking in one uninterrupted string. It's really weird. I don't care for it personally, obviously. But yeah, that kind of overlay, it's really common. It is actually more common than what I do, which is unedited. Hello, Cat Horse. I do hope your travel goes well. Why would you need a pause button in a video game? That's crazy talk. Yeah, no, it's really distracting. Again, I get that it's a style, but it is a style I don't care for. And on top of that, it's easy to screw up, I think is the way I want to phrase that. Really, Takoida? Jesus Christ. Anyways, the thrust of the complaint was that I don't edit the VODs to do micro edits, to remove all of the dead air. So imagine, like, I start a quest in WoW, and I'm like, alright, let's go kill 10 of these things. And then you see, like, a half a second of a kill, a half a second of a kill, and then we turn in the quest. Cutting down the, 5 or so minutes down to about 8 seconds. And that, because that's what they want, right? Like, that's the direction they want that to be in. They want to chop out everything in between, the actual content, and just get to the end of it, because that's the stereotype, right? Okay, so one of these is over there. Oh, there it is. I can see it from here. Hey, Oscar. Happy Sunday. I do hope it is a happy Sunday. I think we can make this happen. And we're dead. I mean, hell, even the post-stream summaries took time. And the other one's over there. So I know our quest is this way, but just bear with me for a second. Grab the ledge, Link! Grab the ledge, Link! Stuff like that is where that trout-flavored yogurt kind of idea came from, too. Not everyone just wants to see the live, actual gameplay. Some people just want overly edited garbage. And, you know, that's your decision. I don't have any right to judge you for that. Hey, Zach Taft. Your name looks different. Speaking of which, real quick, I just want to say to all you VOD watchers who are, decent human beings, thank you for being VOD watchers and decent human beings. I appreciate you. Okay, that is actually all the bugs, by the way. So I think we could fairly safely say that that is a lot less of a hassle than Gold Skulltulas, and we're already done. We had the audio indicator, they're visible from a great deal of range, and there's always 2 per zone, so it's pretty easy to pick up. They're also pretty lucrative, since they give you wallet and rupees. The Poes are a little different. The Poes only show up at nighttime, can only be defeated as Wolflink. They can be seen from quite a distance, but only if you happen to be seeing them, and a lot of them are indoors as well, like the cave we went into the other day. So while I'm willing to give a positive for the bugs, I'm leaning towards 1 negative for the Poes. The Poes also have the exact same problem that the Gold Skulltulas have. It's really worthwhile to get, I think it's 20 Poes? 20 or 30, something like that. And that's relatively easy to do. And then there's the rest. Which, if you're paying attention, yeah, that's a really common thing in Zelda games. There's a collectible which is good until a certain point, and then crap for the rest of it. Like, again, even Gold Skulltulas were like that. But especially the frickin' Korok seeds over Breath of the Wild. By contrast, this is what I praised so much about the Mai over in Link Between Worlds. They never got worthless. It was a continuous gradient increase in capability as you got more and more. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Anyways. Customer. Sorry, we're temporarily closed. What? But... Okay. And then the Koroks just straight up give you crap. So here's the fishing area. Okay, that was the fishing area. Not quite, Robostall. And thank you, Doralis, very much. As always. Let's see, you get a boat this time. I will put that. No, there's a bottle in the ladies' fish minigame. I'm not sure why she wasn't letting me do it. Yeah, so... Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom. Wow. War Within. Thank you, Doralis. Yeah, I'm not sure why I couldn't do that minigame either. Hang on, let's go try that again. Let's try that again. Because we should be able to do it, and I know it gives a bottle. Not that we need a bottle, but... Could be, Bodic Punk, could be. We don't know exactly how long it's been since they've been imprisoned. The only thing we know with total definitiveness is it's been at least as long since Ocarina. The implication is that they were sealed away well before Ocarina, since they already knew how to use the Twilight sealing mechanism as of Ocarina. That's all the information we really have on that. Oh my god, why are the Wookiees always rebelling? God. Fucking walking carpets. Yes, the plushies are mostly gone. There's only like 3 left right now. Yeah, no, I'm good with never playing D4 again. I was fine with it until I played it. And then I played it. Oh, the plushies are staying. Among other things, they're very... they're very easy to transport. Hi. Hey, you. Never been here before, have you? I'm owner of this fishing hole. Name's Hannah. Nice to meet you. That's me, the first fish I caught here. 28-inch Hylian pike. So I'll never forget that day. Such memories. That's a 22-inch Hyrule bass I caught. Not very big, but it's a fish I spotted and caught all by myself, so I took that picture. It's my older sister. That shot's from the day she caught herself a 17-inch Hyrule bass. Name's Isa, by the way. Make sure you drop by our boat rental shop sometime, okay? That's my older brother, Koro. Got a 25-inch Ordon catfish he caught. He's the only one in our family who's lousy at fishing. He only managed to catch that by using a sinking lure. Cheater. That's one of Hyrule's legendary fishermen. Look, he's got a Hylian loach, doesn't he? He just may be one of my ancestors. Of course, I can't exactly prove that. It's just kind of wishful thinking on my part. References, yay. Anyways. So I don't know why, but sometimes I just get itchy. Anyway, how about trying some lure fishing? Yeah. No, I'm good, thanks. Wait, hold on. What, the camera? Hang on. That's mine. It's generally considered impolite. Excuse me, it's generally considered polite to take your hat off when you come indoors. Caught your eye, did it? I made that game, you know. I gave it a really fun name, too. Roll Goal. Costs 5 rupees to play, but 10 rupees if you make it. Yeah, sure, whatever. Roll the glass ball along the path within the time limit without dropping the ball. So now we're playing Marble Madness again. And we lost. No, it's motion controls, so. Or maybe it wasn't the original. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. Anyways, we're never doing that again. Alright, thank you very, very much, Magister. As always. And if you give me a moment here. Yep, time to make an edit. And we made it! Woo! So, War Within, and then, wow, Hatch Within, and then the BRPG block. You got it. So, words. One of the, wait, oh, this is the wrong way. I went the wrong way! Ah! One of the things I find funny, a lot of people make their YouTube careers off of overly edited streams. But what I find funny about that is how many of those viewers hate the streams that are the only reason the videos exist at all. "64 levels. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. What's she so scared about? Oh, come on, she's... oh, whatever, fine. No, not even clips channels, just channels in general. I know quite a few channels that they are predominantly streamers, but in order to keep their YouTube careers alive, they just they have an editor go hyper edit their stream to make their content. How can you keep it cool fighting monsters like that? Wow, what a champ you are. What you stand around John for? Come on inside. Golly, talk about scary. I thought I was done for. Things have been getting pretty crazy around here, let me tell you. So, thanks for earlier. My name's Isa. I rent boats here. Well, I used to rent boats here, but then we had a rock fall and it dammed the river up. I sure could use a helpful guy around this. A handy guy would sure be a... yeah, fine, I'll help. Really? Yes. You're a lifesaver. What are you wearing? Is that rope? Alright, so let's do something about that rock. Yeah, I know how to... Is this seriously our bomb and arrow tutorial? Yeah, it's just... Well, my gal tells me there's still some rocks blocking the way, so you should take care of those too. Hop in. That's a teensy bit dangerous downriver here, so don't leave the boat, okay? One of the part-timers waiting down there, so you can get details from her. And when you're done, you can keep the bomb bag as a token of my appreciation. Bye. A weirdly chill song for this sequence. Hey, King Jigrim. Yeah, the two negatives so far are for general weird factor and gross factor, and the Midna's Lament music override screw up. What's weird, I mean, obviously, you know, gaming in general solved that issue years and years and years ago, but this very game knows how to use musical override, so it's even stranger. Come to request the shop owner, haven't you? I'm her employee, part-time for now. Sorry we troubled you. See, those rocks are blocking the natural flow of the river, which is funny because it looks like there's plenty of space under the rocks. Let's ignore that for a moment. I mean, there is no space for a bow. It's just, it looks really unnatural. Yeah, no kidding. Like, there's a lot of Yoshi drumming and a lot of dynamic music going on in this game. And they just skipped over Midna's Limit. It's so strange. But let's ignore that and look at the 48 positives instead, because holy crap. This game, I swear. I think this game might actually beat Wind Waker on the story axis. I don't know. It's worth noting that a lot of the story has effectively paused now. Because there's no such thing as a game without any issues, right? So, one of the biggest issues with Twilight Princess is the story is extremely tight, well-paced, well-designed, well-presented, and then you hit the part of the game we're at right now, at which the story just sort of takes a back seat for several dungeons in a row. Like, you sort of get the impression there was supposed to be more, and as I've already talked about with the heroes group, you kind of figure like they were supposed to be more a part of this upcoming sequence. But yeah, all we're really trying to do right now is find the mirror. Now, there's still some good story bits there. A little bit of visual storytelling in the Forest Temple, and some excellent story in the Snow Temple. But that's kind of it, you know? Good job out there. Depends, Blue of Alex. I mean, you know me. Of course it depends. When we were closed, my boss's temper only got worse and worse. It was a rough time for us all. Oh, another thing. Don't suppose she promised you anything special for doing this. Just the bomb bag, right? Yeah, she tends to bribe people with whatever is lying around. So stingy. It's alright. I'll let her know when you get it. Got it. And now we got the bomb bag. Woo! This is actually extremely useful and is the main reason I just did that. Now we have 2 bomb bags, which you might think, what's the point of that? It means we can have 2 types of bombs at the same time. Speaking of... Hey, Trinidad. I'm actually getting sicker, but thank you for asking. I think we're going to need the other types of bombs for something. So let's just go grab those real quick while we're thinking about it. Where's the third bomb bag? I can never remember where it is. I know it's nowhere near as easy to get as the first 2. The first one's mandatory and the second one's right there. Also, fun little tip that most people are probably aware of. These springs are actually healing springs, so that's your heal spot. Regardless of other things. I'm also missing a bottle? I'm missing a bottle. I'll have to look that up in a minute. For now, let's go look at bombs. Because I feel like we are going to need bomb shoes for something. Oh, God. Yeah. Pulse on FF13. You know one of my favorite little tidbits, Blue Felix? a lot of people say, oh, the game doesn't begin until you hit pulse, but actually the game kind of stops once you hit pulse.
Oh.
Well, yeah, we already unlocked the first fairy fountain thing, but still. We could unlock the second one, but why bother? There's really no reason to. I could see that. The story stops, but the gameplay starts. Really vigilant. Huh. So we are. Well, cool, and thank you for the donation. That's a good point on Noble Name. I hadn't thought about it that way. So that's going towards Fallout London, Old World Blues, and Alpha Centauri. Huh. Okay, so you know what? Hang on, let me Google something super quick, because we might be able to get it right now. Oh, duh. I actually forgot about that. That's so simple and easy to get. Let's go get the third bomb back right now. Can't believe I spaced that. It's funny because the first time it shows up, I barely remember it. The second time it shows up, I only know it because it's mandatory. And the third time, I forget about it again. I don't know why I keep forgetting about this thing. I don't know what's wrong with me. That's true, Blow Alex, but that's a little bit different. I am with you on that, but when a game hits one of those... Oh, for Christ's sakes, there's nobody here who can see me. When a game hits one of those, like, post-game moments, that's different. That's the post-game moment. That's... Alright, go wrap up whatever you want to do before you continue. Like, most games have that kind of a post-game moment. Go breed chocobos, right? Or in Kingdom Hearts games, you can go get the ultimate weapon, or finish up all... In Zelda games, you can go finish up all the mini-games, stuff like that. Mario games have a post-game thing. They don't really label it as such, but it tends to be there. If you want to go get all the exits, you can do it right before you enter the final dungeon. Oh, excuse me. So I want you. Yeah. Galaxy's being overrun by Reapers. Hang on, let's go do a couple segues. So anyways, you remember this thing? We've interacted with it twice now. First when it popped up, then when we used it to melt the ice, and now... Turns out there was a Goron inside. Finally out! Thanks, brother. Took a nap and found myself swallowed up in the lava and somehow very far from home. Well, let me give you a token of my appreciation, brother. It's all I have on me right now. Hope it'll do. The third bag bomb. Bomb bag. Whatever. Now to drown, because that's what's about to happen. Ugh, fine, I'll put on the armor. I guess I won't drown. Yeah, it's also kind of amusing that they could just fall into lava as, like, while they're asleep, which... Again, makes sense. They're Gorons, right? And that's a good point. They live in and around volcanoes, so air is probably not a priority for them either. So it's a good thing we broke him out, because otherwise he probably would have been really bored for a very long time. So now we can get all 3 types of bombs. Or we can just get a whole bunch of bombs, but you know... Oh no, I like that too, Blow Alex. Realism's nice and all. Within limits. Let's go do one other little mini game. Super quick. We just need to get 25 points, and we're probably not going to. And if we fail once, I'm not going to try it again. But I figure it's worth at least one attempt. Yeah, me too, King Jagger, me too. The intended order is pretty clearly to go to the Snow Peak next, which is interesting, because I thought we could hit the Temple of Time first. Well, I mean, I think we can hit the Temple first. But every NPC is pushing us towards Snow Peak first. So... Hey, welcome. Thanks to you, we're back in business. If you want a boat ride, let me know. Yeah, I know, I want to do the video game. I am aware of the Twilight manga, yes. So green are worth 1, red are worth 2. We want 25 points. That's our goal. First we have to kill Dean Badine. It's okay, I don't actually have to kill Dean Badine. I just have to tell Dean Badine that he has to finish the Erd Tree DLC. Is that seriously 6 years? Huh, it is. Jesus Christ. So it's going towards Talos Principle 2, Metroid Prime 4, Jedi Fallen Order, and a big thank you for 6 years of support. And I've put all that anniversary sub towards those 3 games. Thank you. Good luck with the final boss when you get there. Don't take 80 hours. Ah, okay. That was me steering left, by the way. Which is why I was a little confused by that. That's a really big pottery jar, my goodness. Yeah, I feel like they needed to... They felt the need to overcompensate for Silent Link. So they did. That's just my impression. I could be wrong. Oh, geez. I haven't worked in the Cube farm since 2012, I want to say. It's 12 or 13, and I don't ask me why, but I always get those dates confused. Those years confused. Now, that would be interesting. Have a Link that is actually mute, but speaks using sign language. So he has a voice, and he actually talks. That would be interesting. Damn it! Turn, Link! Oh my god. I don't have time for this. Meh. I don't think I'm gonna make it there. There's like 3 hits. Turn! God damn you! Ah! God damn it! Damn it, I'm 1 short. Oh well, I said I wouldn't actually try it again, and I meant it. That was a minute ago. I was just bored at the office, chatting about games from memory. That's a shame, because that's actually a really worthwhile upgrade. It's a bomb upgrade bag, but the thing is, it upgrades all 3 bags. So, you carry more, like it's like a triple upgrade. It's great. Ah, whatever. I suck. As usual. See, I should have edited that out right there. The FF6 one was such a weird one, because it was completely unplanned. I was literally just wandering through doing my inspection for the night. And I just was quite literally just inspired out of nowhere to do just to talk about it, like just out of nowhere, you know. So there's our bombings. No, Darkrai, we have to do Snow Peak first. Pretty sure. Which is, interestingly enough, the next place we're going to go to. I wasn't even angry. That's the best part, Bionic Punk. I've told this story before, but I was just in the middle of chatting with my friend. Like, literally, we were just chatting in Ventrilo, I think, at the time, about the Mass Effect 3 ending. And I was like, you know what? Hang on, be right back. And I went and recorded that very, very, very first video. Threw it up, walked away from it, went back in a chat with him. Got up the next day. I wasn't really checking my YouTube back end, because why would I? Like, the only people who watched my YouTube back then were people I knew in person. And just all of a sudden I had hundreds of views and dozens of comments, and I was just like, wait, what? That was rather confusing, to say the least. I feel rather embarrassed. It wasn't really intended to be a video that people were supposed to watch. Well, it's funny you say that, Darker. The most common kind of compliment I got about that old video was specifically that I wasn't ranting about it. That I was talking about it in measured and thought out tones, which is, that's just me, right? Like, that has always been me. And that's what apparently caught people's attention. I like this song. Lore. Yeah, hi. What brings you to a dangerous place like this? Actually, you did. Ever since Zora's domain got covered in ice, this mountain's been much colder than usual, yeah? Not only that, but I heard a really weird story from the Zoras. Apparently, the beast that lives somewhere on this mountain has been seen frequently in Zora's domain. I was curious, so I came and waited, and as they said, a giant appeared. Yeah, it looked like this. Apparently this thing's been stealing red fish from the village. I want to investigate further, but I can't even see through this path through this blizzard, yeah? I'm sure you're here because you're curious about the mountain, but you'd best not go without a plan. Hey, the beast of Snow Peak. Oh, the red fish it's holding. That's a reek fish. Ah, so the beast has been showing itself because it's been catching reek fish. I didn't think anyone besides Prince Raleigh was capable of catching that type of fish. Really? Fishbee says, Prince Raleigh is quite skilled at capturing this. Oh, Prince, where could you be now? So there's our hint of where to go next. Over here, there actually is something I've been meaning to do. Let's go here. Here? Yeah, here. Oh, God. I remember, not the Bruce Wayne thing, but what I do remember most about that particular era is how many people couldn't talk about FF6 without immediately using it as a direct comparison to FF7, because for some reason, and that's mostly died out nowadays, but for some reason, people just used to keep thinking the two fandoms had to be at war with each other, which was just the weirdest thing. Never really got that. Alright, so now yeah, I remember the Sonic thing, too. You may or may not have heard me say semi-recently that I rather like Sonic Colors. For a while there, that was a position I had to defend. Fandoms are weird. And they drift, too. That's the weirdest part. Like, probably one of my favorite examples of that, and I've used this example before, is Modern Warfare 2. Which I know sounds like a weird example, but no, hear me out. For the longest time, I really enjoyed Modern Warfare 2. I still do. It scored quite high when we did a review of it recently. But for the longest time, I had to defend that position because it was like you had to like Modern Warfare 1 or Modern Warfare 2. Those were the sides, right? Those are the factions. And if you liked one, you couldn't be in favor of the other one. And it was just this huge discourse, which has since completely died out. Meanwhile, you can't like Fallout 3 if you like Fallout 1 and 2, and you get it. Laura, what would my mother have thought of me? I still have so little confidence in myself. What could a pitiful Zora like me do? Well... the Beastman of the Snowy Mountain, perhaps? More important is that red fish he's holding. It must be a reek fish. It's a rare specimen found only in the Zora village. It feeds on a valuable type of coral, and without that bait, even our best fishers cannot catch one. Look closely, my earring is made of this coral. I'd like to give it to you. I received it from my mother. But it's fine, I no longer need it. As I look at you, I get a sense of what my mother wanted, what I should be doing now. I'll return to my village. The reekfish can be found near the Mother and Child rocks in the waterfall basin. Fish are red, so you should be able to spot them. Oh god. Yeah, 2D Mario or 3D Mario? Now, if you had to pick between 2D Mega Man and 3D Mega Man, that's easy. Sorry, I'm joking, I'm joking. But, yeah. And yeah, Kirk versus Picard. I actually... I brought that up in one of my TNG videos, the Kirk versus Picard thing. And I got a rather lengthy comment accusing me of being pro-Picard and anti-TOS because I brought the argument up at all. Like, by simply bringing up the argument, I was leaning into the idea that there was a TNG versus TOS debate back in the day. Which was always a fiction, of course. I should know, because, you know, I was alive during that point of time, and it totally was a thing. And we're dead. That's 3 times we've died in the same waterfall. And there's our reekfish. Excellent, Giga Pudding. Good, good, yes. With this infinite power of your pictures. I'll be able to see what they did with the lighting engine. Because I have a theory, and I hope I'm wrong. No. I mean, if there was a snowy area, that would be something, Giga. That's impossible. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm hitting the wrong button. I should be able to, like, twitch it, shouldn't I? No? Okay, maybe not. Oh my god, I can't remember the buttons to fish. Probably Ocarina, honestly. Especially in the 3DS version. I mean, Picard was always supposed to be this sort of legendary hero type. I know that sounds weird for someone so reserved and diplomatic, but you know what I mean, right? Like, he was larger than life. He was a superhero, even though he had no superpowers. Cisco's a guy. You know what? That's how I'm going to catch the fish. Come here, fish! Come here, fish, let me catch you! Yeah, no, in D&D terms, Picard had a +10 to diplomacy, and yeah, that was not insignificant. How do I fish? Oh my god, I had this problem last time I played this too, or rather last time I played this. Yeah, Kirk was the hero. He was a little more down to earth than Picard, in at least when he's written well, but he was still the hero. Which is funny, because Janeway was supposed to be the hero as well. That didn't work out quite as well. Okay, I'm going to look up the controls for this, because I don't understand why this isn't working. Okay. There we go. So I was doing it wrong. If you tap the reel in button, it cancels fishing. But if you hold the reel in button, it reels in the fish. That was the issue I was running into. I feel bad for this fish. Can I, like, not have it flop around on the ground? We at least put it back in the water. There we go. Okay. Back in the water. Jesus. Yeah, Kirk is much more a D&D main character than than Picard is. Oh god, what's his name? The Swashbuckler, if you're not in Hollywood. Is that like a whole sword fighting style based off of him? Can't think of his damn name. That was Kirk. Flynn. I don't remember the rest of the name, but it was Flynn. What? Why is the trail going that way? Errol Flynn. That sounds about right. Hey, there it is. Hello, Dr. Winter. Oh yeah, the water's a little cold. I actually forgot about that. Just instant. Oh, the Ice Wolfos. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's just deadly wolves in the middle of a blizzard. It's okay. I've seen Beauty and the Beast. This is going to work out great. I do like how, this is not the first time, but thought was put into all these trails to design where they went in a way that actually makes sense for the person who was leaving the trail, you know? Instead of them just being, you know, pure video game guidance. It's a nice little touch. Hello, Trihexia. Hello, Scott K-Bar. Give me 1 second, please. I don't want to lose my trail here. had to go uphill both ways just to get to school. We absolutely want to get this while we're here. So if you didn't remember that, here's a little tip, and I'm not actually joking. Because every time you're correct, it leaves a little blue line there. Do you see that? So now we have a guidance. See? Thank you, Scott Kibar. Always appreciate you. I'll put that down for Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6. Damn it. Just did this. Name that tune. I would say worse, Dr. Winter. And not just because we're the PC. I mean, obviously without the PC, they'd be doomed because there's no PC. Cautious in here. That is magical ice. I like how they encourage you to be human for the upcoming cutscene. It's such a simple and effective way to do it. They just put a ladder in your way. That's all they do. Ice keys. No, I mean human. Unless you're saying Hylians are inhuman. Look, I know they're savages, Trixia. Barely even human. They're different from us, which means they cannot be trusted. I mean, there is a whole mansion up here. It certainly leaves some questions. Now, speaking of minigames that I, like, love but am terrible at. This isn't one of them. This is unrelated. Sandwiches, barely even human. Hang on, what would a sandwich... because, like... I gotta finish the pun. I've gotta make the pun work. Ah, frickin' case! I'll take it. Very unintentional, but I'll take it. Barely even Reuben. Perfect, Dr. Winter. Perfect. Ruckusin. There's the human. The human's not often, huh? What human come to snows? You, on spiritual journey? Look for true self? Yeah. you look for a long time. That was joke. Yeti's joke too, huh? You look for something else, huh? Tell truth. Yeah. You're rude. Yes, I'm looking for something else. Look for mirror in such fallaway place. Why do you not say so? You make good climb. You lucky to meet me. That is a really big fish. That fish is bigger than we are. Found shot a mirror piece. Same mirror you look for, huh? Come house, see stuff. I caught fish. I'll make you hot meal at least. My house far away. We slide there, huh? Do like me. Come. Friendly sort. That does not look safe, sir. Also, his tail is terrifying. It looks so fluffy. So yeah, you have to do this a second time to get a heart piece. And God, I don't know why, but this is like one of the hardest heart pieces in the game for me to get, is this stupid one. At least I think it's a heart piece. It's whatever you get for doing this the second time. So, now we're playing Final Fantasy VII. Which is kind of funny, because FF7's also doesn't have music playing. And I mean, that's just crazy. Why wouldn't you have music playing during a racing sequence? Why do both games make this exact same mistake? I'm barely exaggerating. This is so confusing. Why would you do this? Aha! It is heart pieces. I was right. So let's just fix this. We'll go with this one. Of course, it plays the combat song anytime you're near the keys, which is even worse. Well, I don't have any SSX music. And I'm dead now. There's a snowboarding in Cold Steel 2. Oh my god, I have to start over? Of course I do. I don't know why I even asked that question. Now, if you're asking why I compared this to FF7 instead of, you know, SSX, it's because SSX is a snowboarding game. FF7 is not, and neither is Twilight Princess. There's our destination. And of course, it sits in a place that is physically infeasible to actually exist. Because this is Zelda. Damn it! Oh, jeez, that was close. Turn, 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 turn. Okay. Whoa, too much turn. Okay. Yeah. Here? What's with this guy? He's got a nice place for a beast man. Nice place. I mean, it used to be a nice place. Welcome to the next dungeon. Considering we know that the level of frozenness is relatively new. This is obviously always in a snowy, mountainy area. But now it's like a frozen wasteland. However, we do know that there's a picture of the Zora Queen right there. And there's several other pictures throughout here, which are of other things, including that's the Temple of Time, for example. And that's the Arbiter's Ground. In case you did doubt me, there's a better shot of the Zora Queen, back when she was alive. And some human-looking guy. So, your guess is as good as mine, to be quite honest with you. But I'd say this was, at the very least, someplace connected to Hyrule that they had to eventually abandon as the cold moved in. Right? Wrong! Instead, this is a sub from Thy End of Line. Thank you very, very, very much for the sub. I will do my best. I'm going to be extremely busy and probably very sore over the next week. So I will do my best during that period. Thank you. I look forward to getting it done. What I actually think is a little bit different. Hear me out for a second. One of the dominant themes in the background of Twilight Princess is that for whatever reason, after the events of Ocarina, you know, the Unification War happened, Ganondorf was defeated before he even became a problem, everyone's cool, and the whole kingdom has sort of slid into ruin. Maybe ruin's a bit of an exaggeration, maybe more like stagnation, but the point is there's definitely been a decline in the overall prosperity and upkeep of the entire kingdom. This is visible everywhere, from the military to the walls, to the infrastructure, to the locations, to the trade routes. Everything about the whole thing. Yeah, there's just this kind of... What I think happened is that this used to be some kind of royal resort, probably not just for the royal family, but like multiple different types of people. We probably had Goron representatives up here. And, of course, the Zora Queen probably came up and visited. Now, we do know it wasn't as cold back then, but this was still probably a snowy mountaintop resort, right? Big old fancy manor, nice carpet, you know, nice designs on the railing. You get it. So, yeah, this is the Royal Embassy location. And they abandoned it because the same reason they abandoned virtually everything else. They just didn't have the resources or the manpower or the know-how in order to upkeep it. Because the cold is recent, very recent. Only as recently as Zant shattered the mirror, actually. They actually say that earlier. We actually saw that yesterday, but same difference. So, that's my take on it. I don't know, though. All of that is pure conjecture based on the visuals. And, you know, just general logic connection. Logic analysis? I don't know what to call that. It's also pretty clear this place has been abandoned, at least for a little bit, because entire chunks of the tile are gone. Like here. And if it was abandoned when it got super cold, it would have been abandoned very, very recently. Like a month ago. Yeah, the tithe from a province to the castle was going to be a sword. That says a lot. Someone on one of my YouTube comments gave an idea I want to acknowledge because it was a cool idea, that it might have been, that ceremony might have also been them offering up military service, that Link might have actually been going to become knighted during that ceremony where he presented that sword, which would also line up with, you know, the kind of, because we know the Ordona province is a vassal state of Hyrule, so that would make sense, right? Either way. High off the deeper end. So, then we see this. Who? Sorry, I have sickness. Yeah, and no arms, apparently. I'm joking. I've always assumed she's wearing a sweater. Either that or she's just got some very strange biology. You cute little human. Husband told me you come. You want look at mirror, huh? My husband found it, but it pretty thing. But since I get mirror, I get sick, and many bad monster appear. So many bad thing happen since mirror. So we lock bedroom on 3rd floor where it hangs, huh? Wait, I tell you where key is. And we've got the map for the dungeon. Fever makes head blurry, but it probably in room marked by this symbol. Right now, can't even get up. Won't you bring it to me? Start with door right there. She is, in fact, a Yeti. At least I hope she is, given who she's, you know, romantically interacted with. A couple other paintings I want to just show off here really quick. So there we've got a nice shot of Castletown. Or rather, a shot of Hyrule Castle from Castletown. That I'm not sure what that is. She looks like the Sky Temple a little bit. There's the Arbiter's Grounds again. There is obviously some repeating going on here too, because they only have so many pictures and textures to work with. So how much you want to read into this is kind of up to you. Ugh, you! Wife, look bad, huh? Not healthy since Mira. So I make soup for her. Fish from Zora Village, most nutritious. You tired, huh? You have some, it give you energy. And yeah, this is a dungeon, by the way. It's a nice, friendly place with a kitchen and, like, soup. Now, obviously, that's just gross. But, obviously, I'm failing at explaining how awesome this is and how much this blew me away back in the day. God, I'm tired. Because this is such a cool idea for a dungeon, in that it's basically a town. I have wondered before if the Minish Cap, Hyrule Castletown, was part of the inspiration for this dungeon. I don't know if that's true. I have no connection there. But sure, let's jump in. Whee. Oh, it's not letting me. Can't decide what flavor for soup. One moment, please, because I'm bothered by the fact that I don't have my third bottle. I don't have my third bottle. Oh, that's where I was supposed to get the third bottle. And I could have gotten that, too. Whatever. It was in the fishing minigame. I'm dumb. I mean, I could, but teleporting back here is going to be a pain, so, yeah. I love this sequence. Obviously, narratively, I love this. It completely changes the tone of the dungeon. Like, listen to this music for a second. Now, the dungeon music's still playing, but it's dynamically changed. There's some Yoshi drums going on. It adds this light-hearted little trumpet, which is doing, I think it's called staccato? It's where it cuts off the note deliberately early, rather than letting the whole note play out. So the dungeon song's still playing in the background, but then there's like this which just adds this kind of silliness to it. And by having that combination of silly plus the kind of cold background music, it makes the areas here feel homey. It's a brilliant way to juxtapose the two tones, because when we go out here, no trumpet. Same underbeat. Now there's a little bit of a chime. Chimes are almost universally used for cold areas. So the lighthearted, silly trumpet has been replaced by a chime, and now it's the same underbeat. It's brilliant the way that they have these two songs. Or rather, one song, which is slightly differently expressed, to get across two very, very different tones. Now, Zelda's not immune to... this isn't the first time Zelda's done that. Zelda does that all over the place. Hell, Wind Waker did that rather brilliantly. Yeah, this would have been great if they pulled this same kind of trick from Midna's Lament, I'm just saying. But, yeah, let's just... oh my god. So, hang on. But all of that's from the narrative axis. You know the really cool gameplay thing going on here? We could just go scoop some soup. It's like an infinitely refilling potion. So even though obviously everything from a narrative perspective is getting across the idea that this is a safe space, or rather that's a safe space, in gameplay it's a safe space too. Because in gameplay, if you're having trouble with the rest of the dungeon, you always have a spot to retreat to, which most Zelda dungeons do not have. There's no safe space in most Zelda dungeons. But here we can just go back to the cozy little area, grab some additional soup, heal up, and be ready to go again. We can even bring some soup for the road. It's great the way that they do it. I'm not even done praising that yet. But now we're going to do some ice block puzzles, because you like ice block puzzles, right? I hope so, because we got several to do here. Hang on, so... It's been a minute since I've done these. I do like how the camera kind of automatically goes out and up to give you more visibility here. Do you notice that? We actually still have camera control, as you can see. But the camera, if you don't press anything, it's like, oh yeah, here's the puzzle. I still wish they'd gone with a slightly smaller version than this one. It would have been easier to visually parse, but it's a minor complaint. Okay, so we do that. Okay, so I've actually soft locked myself. That's hilarious. All right, let's reset. Let's reset. Listen to that contrast. God, I love that contrast. You know what? Just to show it off. Just to show it off. I believe it is off the deep round, but truth be told, I'm not sure. I'm trying to follow the game's intended route, and the game very clearly pushed us here first. So there's the soup. Simple soup. Replenishes 2 hearts. Not a lot, but, you know, it's free, and it's right here. Okay. And there's plenty of it. Oh, it didn't reset. I remember that, King Jagrim. I mean, I'm going to have to Fusion Catalyst. I'm not sure how. We'll figure it out. Notice that there's something else interesting about this dungeon, and I'm just going to point it out persistently as we go. The tempo of the dungeon is kind of, I don't want to say slow, it's more like it's methodical. A lot of dungeons have a fairly specific tempo, and that tempo is fairly high-paced. Remember the Arbiter's Grounds, right? Remember how extraordinarily dense the Arbiter's Grounds were? Think about how much more chill this dungeon is, comparatively. You know what I mean, Snake Eyes. You know what I mean. So there's our destination. It has a slightly different lock than usual. But yeah, this... tell me this doesn't look like some kind of embassy. It's obviously got some kind of battlements. Battlements is the wrong word. Defenses. But it also has a cannon. Actually, it has several cannons. Friggin' Wolfos. Come here. Come here. Come here and die, Wolfos. Die. Someone mentioned in chat earlier, but there's actually quite a few comparisons visually, like in terms of architecture between this place and the Forest Temple back in Ocarina. Obviously, I'm not saying this is the Forest Temple, just pointing out the similarities. It's true. There's some architectural similarities with Hyrule Castle, current Hyrule Castle. Listen, don't you go up to a door and just pull out your key and go, which I guess would actually be about this big. It also could just be reusing model assets. See, that's one of those interesting things. If you'll forgive me for rambling for a second. There's something I call the rider factor. Also, real quick, notice the ice chunks that just bar our path. Just remember that for later, okay? Anyway, so rider factor. Rider factor is how much you have faith that the writing team did their, or I guess the story team in general, which can include like visual design elements, did their job properly. In other words, is this just them reusing assets, or is this visual storytelling? If you have high writer factor, high trust in the writing team, then this is probably something that's visual storytelling. This is probably being done deliberately to imply something narratively. If you don't, then it's just them reusing assets, and it's whatever. There's no point in speculating. Also, there's lots of weapons on the walls in this place. Still. Weapons and shields. Look at that. In fact, I believe one of these rooms, in fact, I think it's actually this room now I'm looking at it, is called the Armory. And yeah, given the timeline, it would not... I mean, this place had to have existed by the Unification War. There's no way this place was built in the last century and then abandoned also in the last century. No, this place probably predates Ocarina. I'd be shocked if it didn't. Oh no! It's these guys who's... I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, it kind of depends on the Zelda game whether or not you have that level of faith, doesn't it? I mean, let me use a specific example. Let's say Mass Effect 3 did this kind of visual storytelling. Would you have faith that that's on purpose? Depends on the quest. Okay, fair, but you get my overall point. Let me try again. If Quest 64... This isn't right. She got the wrong location. I want to go back and try to get her to remember where the key is. Yeah, of course, 64 had a story. I'm admittedly going for, like, the deep end there, but I'm trying to make a point. It's that in some cases, you look at the game and you're like, there's no way that's on purpose. Like, it doesn't even occur to you that it's on purpose. Because it's so obvious it's just a goof or a screw-up or whatever, right? But in some cases, maybe. And this ties into what Blue F. Alex just mentioned. Like, sometimes a writer does something brilliant accidentally. In fact, that happens semi-frequently. Hell, sometimes writers do things subconsciously, which is a whole other thing. You know what? I'm down 2 hearts. Let's go ahead and heal my 2 hearts here. What flavor? Pumpkin! You have pumpkin! Yeah, don't just put the pumpkin whole... Oh my god, dude. Thanks. You taste if you want. And this is the other thing. Several people in chat already gave this away, but this is actually probably my favorite part about the dungeon overall. As you progress, the soup gets better. Now it heals 4 hearts, twice as good as before. And 4 hearts, even at this part of the game, is not a small heal. It's not a huge heal, but still, the fact that it gradiently gets better as you go throughout the dungeon just makes this even more of a safe place, which serves as wonderful contrast as the dungeon itself gets harder. The little section we just did was kind of a joke, right? 1 sliding puzzle, Fight a couple of wolfos, go through a door, fight a thing, fight the 2 ice dudes, we're done. That's it. Nice little side branch, just like that. But now we're going to do something a little bit trickier, and then more trickier, and you get it. The pacing here is so good. You find it? Huh? What? Pumpkin? But why there? No good. Where I leave it? Maybe in that room. Go to room marked by symbol. Okay. Check room I mark on map. Let me unlock the door. Magically. You take double damage on Noble Name. Double positive? No, Blue Felix. We're probably looking at 6+ for this place. We've already had a 5+ dungeon. That was the Arbiter's Grounds, I think. Oh, no, actually, I think Arbiter was 8, wasn't it? Ah, whatever. I don't want to say this is the most unique dungeon in Zelda, but it's definitely the most unique dungeon in a game that already has excellent dungeon design. Quit it! Quit existing. You know what? Fine. Come at me, bro. Oh, wow. It didn't catch because he was moving too fast. That was funny. I couldn't do the jumping attack because I was too deep in the snow. Stone Tower got quite a few positives. 5 or 6, I think. Oh yeah, speaking of which, imagine doing it with the Zora armor on, because I don't have to imagine that. I usually did that. Until I realized I was an idiot. I think she's just sick, King Jacob. I doubt she's even consciously trying to get us killed here. Huh. Yeah, there's just a cannon right here. How strange. Oh, I wouldn't think too much about that. Alright, so. Nothing else seems to be here. Key. So I don't know mythology worth beans. What's the ancient cistern a reference to? Huh. Cannonballs. So, this is a bit cumbersome, but it's interesting because it's a solution to a problem. It's actually harder than you'd think for a game like this to get a carryable like that across zone lines, because this door is functionally a zone line. Oh, I'm an idiot, Rex. I'm sorry. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know why I thought you were talking about the one in Majora's Mask, not the one in Skyward. Boop. So, ignore me. I'm dumb. I mean, we've had some good dungeons in this series. I think that's a universal truth. Good thing we just got these bombs. Wish we'd gotten the bomb upgrade. Yes, I'm still salty that I missed it by 1 point. Oh yeah, and we can regain our cannonball. can only fire it at right angles. What do you call that? Cross? There's a term for that, and I can't think of it. But you can only fire it up, down, left, or right. So we can't hit those ice walls. But what we can do... Cardinal, there we go. Cardinal directions. Let's kill that poor thing. See, that's a tail on Noble Name. Not that Blade Travol's here to hear me say that. Let's go ahead and move this really quick. What the? Friggin' Lizalfos. I swear. So, if you actually talk to Midna, does he know how dangerous it is swinging that big metal ball in such a small place? It's too dangerous to get close. Use the ceiling to get to his other side. We can also do that. Interestingly, he is invincible while he's swinging. I just want to show off at least once. So that actually worked out really well. It's like a truck, too. As I suppose he should. And he can hit you in mid-hook shot. Because of course he can. Also, let's get the obvious joke out of the way. Yes, in the dungeon all about love and marriage, you get the ball and chain. One of the more interesting items in the game. Yeah, thank goodness we can just heal 4 hearts. Let's go ahead and do that really quick. Actually, I'm going to need those. Let's do this. There we go. I love this, by the way. Check this out. All right, moving, moving, moving. Oh, let me pull this out of my pocket. Ugh. Ugh. Hang on. Give me... let me put this away. Okay, there we go. We're good. One of the most overtly Hammer space references in the entire series. And notice it immediately gives us a chance to use it. And now we have a way to get through that ice. And once again, the item recontextualizes the dungeon. Goat cheese. Food again. Yeah, I had a bad feeling about this. She didn't seem very sure of herself. Oh well, let's head back and hope she had some other brilliant idea. Oh, and before you ask, yes, you can. Yeah, this item isn't very well used, unless you like just absolutely destroying enemies with it, because, well, against several enemies in this game, a completely viable strategy is to just sit there doing this. Kind of like this. Come on. Come on, I'm right here. I'm right here. Oh, no. I totally wasn't looking at you, and you got me. Oh, man. screwing around. Link, there you go. There you go. Jesus, Link. I know it's deep snow, but come on, man. Back to the comfortable area. You know, that kind of hurt, though. And that bite can actually kill you. Ugh. Needs more punch. Ugh. Good smell. Perfect ingredient. Fish, pumpkin, and cheese. Boy, that sounds terrible. Mostly because of the fish, though. Notice it does change appearances each time, too. This replenishes 8 hearts. Speaking of, because we can. Yeah, admittedly, my main issue is the fish. You know me, and seafood. Yeah, now we just straight up have a free red potion. I think I remember. We put key in nearby room, so no forgetting. Oh, I forget. Embarrassing. Here. Go here. It there, it must be. You look for me? Sure thing, lady. I hope we get it right this time. Let's just go to the spot on the map. That's a thing. Notice very smartly it's positioned so it cannot hit us when the cutscene triggers. So we're not penalized for being in the cutscene, put simply. As several other games, including other Zelda games, would have done. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, good thing we have this wrecking ball. Insert song quote here. Yes, Link has the biggest balls of them all, as we are all well aware. I mean, really, think about it for a second. That was weird. Good morning, Evo. You missed the donuts. But it's okay. I saved you one. So we've got a cannon. what's the point of a cannon here? Yep, alright, Evo. Visual study by Evo. Go. I'll just walk over here where it's completely safe. Look, if you don't tell me about the visual design of this dungeon, I can't be held responsible for what happens next. There's our heart piece for the dungeon. One of the heart pieces. We might not actually get the other one. Yeah, by the way, of course the Iron Ball completely destroys the ice-based enemies. Now, I kind of used the overpowered move from overpoweredness earlier. But trust me when I say if you don't do that, those ice enemies can be a colossal pain to fight. They have a ranged attack, they have a melee attack, and they are not afraid to rotate based on where you are. Listen, if I don't have a comprehensive comparison on my desk in 5 minutes, you're fired, Evo. There's our key. I'm kidding, Evo. We need to talk about this thing you've probably never heard of, Evo. It's called sarcasm. It's what people who are not funny do when they're trying to be funny. And we do have a key door up here, but I feel like there's also a key door thing down here. And I could be wrong. And I am extremely wrong. That's interesting. Listen, I'm only making fun of myself, not anybody else. Making fun of other people is not cool. Shortcut get. By the way, once again, similar to the Arbiter's grounds, notice how extremely dense this place is. Now, we've maybe gone 50 feet from the entrance. And even that might be overselling it. That's what I thought. Okay. Is steel actually good against ice in Pokemon? There's a few type matchups I don't have memorized, so I'm actually asking. There's a reason they call me the Boar Runner. Or sometimes the Snore Runner. I love how it just fits in there perfectly. No fuss. I mean, during the Halo runs, quite a few people kept getting that thing where their phone was like, did you mean a Forerunner instead of Lore Runner? Like, if you look for Lore Runner Halo, it'll be like, do you mean Forerunner Halo? And it's like, no, no, no. There's our shortcut get again, by the way. Okay, so that guy's an asshole. The good news is we just unlocked a shortcut. I'll put that over there. I actually know a couple of people, just a couple, who thought that Lore Runner was a deliberate reference to Halo. It is not, if I have to say that. Congrats, Giga. Now you can play the game. I haven't even logged in. I'm not sure if I have early access, and I kind of don't care right now. I've got other things going on in my mind. God, that is a horrible offset. Yep. Okay, we'll just start over. Okay, so now we'll just start over. So I was in too much of a hurry. Okay. I'm not even sure what happened there. Like, legitimately, I'm not sure why I kept rolling. Yeah, probably the very first thing I'll do is try to work on unlocking flying. Because I've played... Why do you keep doing that, Link? I've played, wow, Dragonflight at this point. I am quite spoiled on flying. I'm never going back. Never! I wasn't going to, but I mean, it's right here, and we were one away, so heart piece get. Probably the last heart piece I'm going to bother getting. Right there. So, it's actually really easy to tell if you like FF14. And I mean that with sincerity. All you have to do is fire up the demo, make an Arcanist or a Pugilist, play it for, I'd say about 2-3 hours. And if it hasn't already hooked you, then it's probably not for you. I don't say that to be dismissive. I mean that as legitimate advice. WoW's pretty much the exact same way. Make a new character for free, play for a couple hours. If you like it, you're good. Yes, Pugilist leads to Monk, and Arcanist leads to Summoner. But you can see why I call it that for someone who is new to the game and doesn't know what that means. One thing I've become aware of over the years is how much more... how do I put this into words without sounding elitist? I'm pretty accustomed to MMOs. So, a lot of MMO concepts and styles and mechanisms and just the general way that MMOs work is something that I know offhand, because of course I do. I've been playing MMOs since the 90s. So I've been trying to get into a better habit of being more cognizant of terminology and recommendation to accommodate people who are not familiar with MMOs, because I know a lot of people who aren't who are trying to get into them, and, well, there's the two big ones, FF14 and WoW. I've even got baked-in recommendations at this point in my life. Like I just said, those are the two classes I recommend to see if you like it at the start. Okay, so this is easy. But that's not. So I can get that there easy, but then how do I get the next one there? It helps that both games have a free demo, too. Yeah, I survived the worst game ever made. FF14 1.0. Yeah, I speak without hyperbole when I call that the worst MMO ever made. Excuse me, the worst game ever made. If you doubt me, watch the first hour and a half of the FF14 lore run. I go into as much detail as it is possible to go into without just actually playing the game. Yeah, I might look this one up, but give me a minute. Hi, J. Palmer. That's not gonna work. Damn, I had something that's one move away from working. Okay. Well, thank you very, very much, J. Palmer, for the sub. As always. If you give me one moment. Seek and Destory. Sounds like a fun game. Ace Combat X. And Siphon Filter... something. What does DM stand for? Because there's 2 Siphon filters on the list right now. The last thing I need is another Mercenaries gaff. Dark Mirror. Thank you. And thank you for your support, Jay Palmer. I'm just going to look it up. I don't want to be stuck here too long. I've got deadlines. If it wasn't obvious, that was my brother-in-law talking about him leaving the house so that my sister and I can get the house into saleable format. That's happening today, by the way. So technically, if I could finish the game today, I could start working on the house today. But of course, you know, I'm going to not push for that. It's a reasonably long game. We're actually pretty far through it, ironically. No, we'll finish this game first. There are 4 dungeons left. Let's put it that way. Okay, this is a really weird... I hate how walkthroughs don't know how to describe things with words. Alright, so... In all ways, it's a really, really common thing I've noticed. It's something I noticed probably more because I've worked in IT, where you have to figure out how to describe something to someone while you're not looking at it, and while they don't understand what you're talking about. So you get specific with word choice, right? Yeah, I should have figured this out immediately. I'm dumb. Dumb and worthless. Okay, so. I mean, visuals to showcase like a walkthrough is also nice, but weirdly, a lot of walkthroughs either don't use visuals at all or use really bad screenshots for visuals. And yeah, just having a top-down view would probably help with some of this stuff. No, I'm not giving it a negative, before you ask. Unless you donate $5 right now. Reminds me of The Legend, and I never remember their name, over on GameFAQs, who built lots and lots and lots of stylized maps to describe games over the years. On GameFAQs. Which we owe so much to. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. That sounds a lot like the GameFAQs legend I was just referencing, Rex, but I could be wrong. Like, if you saw it, you'd know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the MS Paint dude. I keep saying dude, I don't know their gender, but it's the MS Paint person. Hey, Spartan. Yeah, that. Yeah, it's a very distinct style, and they did some good stuff with it over the years. GameFAQs would not be the same without them. Oh, I have no idea, Act. That was like 20 years ago? 15 years ago? 10 years ago? It's been a minute. Shortcut get. Notice that other than the heart piece, this is now escalation. Earlier we just had a fairly basic... Yeah, but why do you do that, Link? Puzzle. Okay. Oh, that. That is absolutely not the person in question that I was thinking about. The last post. I'm done making these maps forever, unless some person named Lore Runner acknowledges that I exist in the next 5 hours, and it was 6 hours ago. So, I've already given it a plus, Evo, so I'm going to assume that my automatic answer to you is no. But it's not for what you think, because after all, you haven't seen the whole song yet. Yes, seen. You haven't seen the whole song yet, because words are hard. I'm gonna go jump off a cliff. I mean, there's my friends I still keep in contact with, but that's about it. Any of my actual coworkers? Nah. Screw 'em. I'm kidding, but... I've heard nothing but good things about Hi-Fi Rush, which is part of why so many people were so outraged when the studio was shut down. Anyway, so we had the earlier puzzle, and barring the heart piece, now we see the escalation of the same concept. See? I wouldn't blame Phil Spencer that one. Not that I want to defend Phil Spencer, but that wasn't his call. Yeah, like in Wind Waker, we actually have a mechanism to catch ourselves, which is nice. I mean, rhythm-based Don't Make Cry just sounds like awesome to me. I don't know. Hang on one second. Oh, we actually almost got all the pose here. That's funny. There it is. I was confused for a second. Wrong door. Pretty much predictable. Hello, giant ice golem thing. Thank you for freezing me to death. You're dead now. It's okay. I've got something that can help out. Wow, he can outrange me. I think I knew that. Hey, look. Ordon Ranch. And there's a weirdly large amount of Ordon stuff in this dungeon, too, which a lot of people have tried to hook onto and be like, oh my god, it means something. It probably doesn't mean anything. No. Once again, we still haven't moved more than like 50 feet from the entrance. Yeah, that is a large-ass cannonball. I'm pretty sure I couldn't lift that, and I am a fairly strong guy. So this is odd. This one's actually at an angle. It's still only cardinal directions. It's just the, they've been shifted 45 degrees, which means we can kill that guy, who, if we tried to go up earlier, would have been on our way. Took me 2 tries, Spartan. In other words, I did terribly. So, how are we doing on health? You know, I feel like we could use a bit of a refill. And part of the benefit of the density of the dungeon, and this is a wonderful bit of a domino effect, is it means you're never far from recovery. Yep, food break. Grab some soup here. Thank you. Smell good. Oh, I feel better when you drink this. Remember, soup good. You got the master soup? Okay, now we need a Zelda cooking game. The master pan. No. The master skillet? Help me out. Which cooking implement would the master sword be? He's a Yeti. He's trying to take care of his wife, who's currently sick. So we go throughout the dungeon and, sort of accidentally, get her a bunch of ingredients to make the soup more healing, which also gives us a more healing soup. The master spoon. Master ladle? I like master spoon. That feels right. Also, this is clearly a chapel. Usually they avoid, especially in more modern stuff, they avoid this kind of religious iconography, but no, this is a chapel. That's a good question. We know there's several deities that people pray to in this setting. And demi-deities, like Jabu Jabu. Speaking of, you notice the total absence of any windfish-type creatures in this one? I'm not implying anything, I just think it's interesting considering how much effort they've put into putting the windfish-type thing in most of these. But they skipped this one. The bedroom key. It's heart-shaped. Ah, finally found the key. That sure took a while, but that mirror short is as good as ours. I think it depends on the specific link, Cashel. Hello? How did you get here? Okay, that's a little creepy. You safe? I drink husband's soup. Feel much better. That was quick. So I come find you. You found key. Oh, good, good. Bedroom right above us. I take you there. All right. Take your time. Okay, I didn't mean that literally. Hurry up. Wait. Aw, the heart broke. Yeah, you actually don't have to follow her up. She just teleports up there. Thank you. We'll come inside. Here's their bedroom. It's actually nicely appointed, all things considered. This was probably the royal bedroom, back when this was whatever it was before. The embassy idea I had. There's the mirror. Here, mirror. You look at it. So pretty. Pretty. So pretty. Now take mirror. Twilight Ice Mass. Lizetta. So if it's not obvious, the Twilight Mirror is a little cursed. I mean, even if it wasn't already filled with Twilight magic, the fact of the matter is the thing was used to banish an entire population's worth of people into another realm. It's pretty cursed. Round 2. Way too slow. Small little interesting tidbit, we don't really attack her directly, which makes sense. We're not trying to hurt her. The goal is to break the ice. A little too slow. It also drops hearts more than most bosses do. Which makes sense given the theme of the dungeon. Yes, you did, Ross. Don't worry, it was awesome. It was like transcendence. Joy put into game format. Wait, that's not true. That's Mario Odyssey. But still, it was pretty good. God, we roll far. Almost every boss in this game is pretty easy. Fun. But easy. One down. Well, now that we killed her, we can move on. Nothing else to see here. Still, I feel bad about the way we treated that girl. I think the Mirror of Twilight has the power to change people like that. This world, all worlds, could be cruel. Let's hurry up and collect the rest of those pieces, Laura. We have to, before more innocent creatures have to endure the suffering this poor girl did. Now let's go search for the two that remain. Oh, hang on, what about my harpies? Also, what about him? Also, that's size disparity. My god. What's wrong with me? Very strange. You just dreaming. Ugh. Yeto, mirror you gave. Forget mirror, Yetta. No, look into eyes of Yeto. Look in reflection of Yeto's eyes. There, true beauty. Who need mirror? My love. And yes, those hearts actually heal you if you pick them up. Jokes aside, the theory about the gratitude energy thing is just getting stronger, I swear. Would you like to save? Are you sure you'd like to save? Are you sure, you're sure? Yeah, I'm gonna rip all your romance out of you to heal. Is that okay? No, Midna hasn't asked me to take a break. It's weird. Eight pluses, damn. That's pretty impressive. Let's do... Oh, I forgot to write that down, too. 'I'm hesitant to speak about the city in the sky. Of all the dungeons in this game, it's the one I have the least memories of. And so, I'm kind of hesitant on it. We've already covered my favorite dungeon. We just finished it. Okay, I need to do this. I mean, I guess I don't have to. And I'm in a hurry. All right, let's see what the game guides us to do next. Pacing. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna write down pacing. I think Jesse's Mask was just tired of this terrible, terrible game. That's inferior to Majora's Mask in every way. One thing I do appreciate about the game, in general, is that if you ever don't know what to do, going back to Castletown is almost always the right call. I feel bad. You paid me a visit and I'm not much help. I feel better now. Husband and I sled lots now. Much fun. You join us sometime. Yeah, that's the sledding minigame. We're not doing that. Both games are great games. That's... I don't understand tribalism. I'm sorry, I know that's a weird thing, but I can walk you back through that if you prefer. I'm not actually joking. I don't really get it. Being for something does not automatically entail you being anti-something, right? And I know a lot of people take it that way. If I say, Final Fantasy VI is my favorite Final Fantasy game, I know people, personally, who have taken that and turned that into a versus question. We actually have enough, right? It's like we were talking with Blow Felix just earlier. You know, FF7 is crap. No, it isn't. I love FF7. I can like FF7 and FF6. That's not unreasonable, right? Like, sometimes I wonder if I'm the weirdo there. Alright, time to go back to Evo's favorite part of the game. That's right, FF9 is garbage and trash! And so is everybody who likes it. Magic armor, you're so smart. You bought it at the Mallow Mart. So, this is funny because I did this very purposely. We're almost out of rupees. I actually wish we were more out of rupees than we currently are, but... I believe there is a 10-hour loop of that song on YouTube. Okay, so yeah, so we're down only down to 108. Or 109, excuse me, I can read. But if we turn this sucker on, it looks cool. I like the look of it. But look at our rupee count. Look at how fast that's draining our rupees. Now, we are invincible while we have this thing on. Which Link and which Zelda, J. Palmer? So that's cool and all. And it looks cool, but, well, I'm just going to leave it on for a minute. Let's see. My favorite Link is, honestly, probably this one. My favorite Zelda? I don't know. I have to think about that. Okay, nothing new here. So she's back. Lore, huh? Beast of Snowpeak hasn't appeared in the domain since the last visit. In the end, the troubles in Hyrule and the events at Snowpeak were beyond even my imagination. Honestly, there's got to be someone who knows what really happened. Yeah, I wouldn't get on it. But someone's missing from the party now. No, thank you. See the sad state of Hyrule Castle? It's the urgent desire of this group to restore peace to this kingdom. Yeah, how about prosperity instead of peace? How's that for a goal? Peace through power! No, I'm joking, I'm joking. It's just, you know, peace-mongering is a real problem. So this is what this armor's like if you run out of rupees. And this is why I wanted to show this off, because this is awful. Thanks, Mallow. Appreciate you. Are you still invincible? No. Where am I going? Right. Yeah, that armor kind of sucks. The Wind Waker version is much better. Honestly, it's a little bit of a joke. And the thing is, it could be useful if it was quick and easy to equip, like, say, the iron boots are. You know, just put it on an item and done. But it's not quick and easy to equip. It requires going into the menu to equip and unequip. Oh yeah, also, you burn rupees instead of health when you're hit. Now, it does serve a purpose, believe it or not, and that purpose is to be a massive money sink. But it's only really useful when you are swimming in money. And we're not there yet. We're almost done with the game. It's been a while since we took a walk in the forest, huh? Look at how the world has changed. Yeah, you could swap it in mid-combat, J. Palmer, but again, it's kind of a pain to do so. It should be just an item, like the spell from Wind Waker. There's no new game plus that I'm aware of. Say, do you know about the far side of this gorge? Some say there's a temple secret in the woods, or blah, 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 blah. Yep. Laura, would you take on this task, cross the gorge, and find the temple? I knew you would. To cross the gorge, just use my partner here. Can't I just use Midna again? Nope, we have to use the Golden Cuckoo. Do you doubt my partner's skills? He flies like a dream, believe me. He'll definitely make it across the gorge. Wait and see, my doubting friend. Well, let's do it. Yeah, this isn't terrifying or anything. Stay here a second. Twinkle, twinkle, little cuckoo, I am golden, not for you. Okay. Gotta be honest, that's not what I was expecting. Although I'm not sure what I was expecting, but whatever. Then again, Epona says the most boring thing, too. She just says, please return to your true form as quickly as possible. And, like, that's it. That's all she ever says to you. Oh, we could go to the western town now, too. We should do that soon. I took the Cuckoo with me, because as you can see, he bailed on me. So the recurring theme of this game is doing the same area twice, but differently each time. Last time we were stuck as a wolf. This time, rather than just finding him and hitting him, playing tag, now we're playing hide and seek. We're looking for the lantern. Do you see it there? It's actually really clever what they do. There's a light source that they spawn on the other side of the pathway, which doesn't actually have a source. There's no visible object generating that light. It's just there. Tag. Found you. Yeah, again, I kind of wish that Skull Kid would talk to us a little bit more, but whatever. Yeah, you can literally see the magic bar on the box art in this game. No joke. So not that way. It looks like it's this way. I mean, the first time we came here as the wolf, it's pretty clear he was helping us because we used Zelda's song. Which, yeah, makes sense. Go away. Go away. Go away. I don't see a light down there. Oh my god. Yeah, I could use my magic armor for 1 second, and then my rupee count would dry out. That would be the end of that. There he is. I do like how they keep coming up with new ways to do the Lost Woods concept. Been around since Zelda 1. Because ultimately, that's all this is. Go through the doors in the right order. And he's just guiding us as we go. And trying to kill us. Faye, am I right? Now I could use it for a little over a second. There you are. Also notice it's a little bit trickier to find him in several of the sections here than it was as a wolf, but that makes sense. We have more of our kit this time around. Hey, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, if you don't follow the lights, there's going to be some issues. As there usually is. Don't make me throw the moon at you, Skull Kid, I swear. Tell you what, I'll let you into a secret place. And yeah, his only reaction to the whole thing was, that was fun. Also, obviously it's a reference, but it wouldn't surprise me if Skull Kid looks like that now. Because he's been permanently scarred by Majora. So I actually couldn't get up here via normal means last time. But now, shortcut get. This area looks familiar. Sacred Ancient Forest. So this is what they were talking about. Yeah, but like, this is just ruins. Whatever shard piece was here was probably here a long time ago at this point, right? I mean, that just makes sense. Oh, well, it's not like we don't have any method to, you know, be able to access this place elsewise. There's a door here. Why is a door way out here? That's weird. Okay, for real, why isn't this working? Okay. I actually don't remember how to activate the door. Alright, well, let's see if we can figure it out. Obviously, we've unlocked the shortcut. So we can go down here now. Pretty sure we already got that one. I've been terrible, Dream Whisperer, but thank you for asking. That was weird. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was pretty sure I'd already gotten that bug. Admittedly, the second thought I had was to put the sword back in the pedestal, but only because I've been playing Ocarina of Time. Because that's only a thing from Ocarina, really. Yeah, but it made more sense if we literally... Because using the sword makes a degree of sense. But it'd make more sense to me if we literally use the sword on him, right? Like I tried to do. Yeah, well. 5 of these suckers this time. So they're dead. It's okay, that was just the Kakariko residents. They're fine, they're fine.
You need your
Oh, this door is accessible now. What happens if we go through the door? Huh. Familiar song. That's all the bugs, by the way. So, if it's not extremely obvious, this is now the past. But what's interesting is we don't know when. There's actually not a lot really indicating when we are. Obviously, it's before now, and it's not that out of bounds to say this is after Ocarina, but at the same time, that doesn't leave much time for them to, you know, develop some of the traps and puzzles in here, which are post-Ocarina, and then lead to the devastation we see in the present. It's also worth noting that that's also not necessarily true. It's entirely possible that we only interacted with a very, very small portion of the Temple of Time back in Ocarina, and there's plenty of other stuff in here. And always was, even during Ocarina. Because, yeah, here's the big pedestal room. Okay, cool. Because, yeah, the Door of Time isn't even there, but they might have added the Door of Time after these events. And, yeah, the one thing that makes absolutely no sense is, why is a mirror shard here? The mirror shards were shattered very recently. Can I help you? So, being honest, this game has an extremely tight plot, and it does. But this is pretty much a straight-up plot hole, because the only thing that would make any kind of sense is that Zant shattered the Dark Mirror, Twilight, and then, hang on, remember, one of those pieces ended up by accident in the Frozen North, the other ends up by accident up in the sky. But then a third one is, he carries here, somehow activates the time door without the Master Sword, which, remember, is demonstrably stated to be part of the thing that allows time travel in this setting. So somehow goes back into the past, hides it here, and then comes back. And that just doesn't make any sense. Now, you could say it accidentally ends up here, but that makes even less sense. How does it accidentally go through a sealed time portal into the past? The problem here, and I do think this is negative-worthy, because the problem here is this is a microcosm of a greater issue. Like I said, the narrative sort of pauses during this part of the game. And while in some cases that's fine, I mean, Snow Peak was legit, right? Here, it's just, oh yeah, here's the Temple of Time again. I'm not asking for a huge, in-depth story sequence, but I feel like some work could have been done to smooth over why the hell a mirror shard is here. In fact, what I probably would have done is I would have made it so the mirror shard is actually in the present. So we go through this whole temple, and then when we get to the very, very end, there's another time portal right at the end. That leads us to a part of the Temple of Time that is no longer accessible in the present, because it's ruins and overgrown and run down and everything. And that's where the shard is, because it ended up there accidentally after it shattered. No issues. Boom. No problem. But instead, it's in the past, which makes absolutely no sense on both directions. So, Temple of Time. Let's do it. This is one of those songs I didn't like at first, and it sort of grew on me over time. No pun intended. I just wasted my soup because I was leaning on my controller a little bit. That R button is way too easy to hit. Let's put, like, I don't know, the spinner up there or something. Come on. There we go. Laura, don't you think there's something odd about that statue? In the Grove and in the temple entry, there are always matching ones, but there's only one here. Why don't you use your senses to look around? Well, okay. I knew it. There was one more here originally. We need to find the other statues in the temple that matches this one. And so there's our first puzzle. Oh, I was about to ask why, Spartan. No, it does not. Although, I will give a bit of an arachnophobia warning for anybody who might be bothered by this dungeon. And yeah, this whole thing being an illusion wouldn't really make any kind of sense. Especially given the overall theme and time and approach and stylings and visuals. What'd you do? Well, I went to a recreation of the Temple of Time. You mean the Temple of Illusions? No, the Temple of Time. Either way, this feels like a place that was built and then they were going to probably flesh this out more. And then they didn't. For whatever reason. There's a lot of possible reasons there. And yeah, this might be one of the least good bosses, which is funny because the next dungeon after this is a dungeon I don't remember very fondly. I remember the boss much more so. Where's the... There it is. This game didn't have trouble development in the traditional sense. It was more like when they had to push it onto the Wii, there were a couple of issues. But no, this is actually a pretty smooth... It was a separate system, J. Palmer. This is a pretty smooth development overall. The biggest issue they were having was getting the Wiimote control working. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, well, that doesn't sound like a big issue. First of all, you've never done programming. But second, and much more importantly, every bit of time and effort that was being put on making the Wiimote work was time and effort that was not being spent on developing the game. So while this is a fairly complete product, there are parts of it where you can tell there's holes. It's like Final Fantasy IX, which I've actually used to compare this game before. FF9 is a fairly complete and excellent game, except when there's some obvious holes. Hello, Uko. The ancient technology of our people sleeps in this place. We searched all over and we're so close I could smell it. Once we find that thing, we could go home at long last. Please. We've been doing this thing, this whole dungeon, this whole game. Please keep doing this with us. Sure thing, weirdo. See, if this is a D&D game and I met Uko, I'd just be like, yeah, sure, and I'd draw my sword instantly. Just, yep, no. No hesitation. There's another monster here. Time to kill it. Bing. Enjoy the downlaying, Evo. Well, I'm not trying to bash FF9, I'm just saying. I mean, I love this game, too. It's just both games do have a moment where it was clear they were just like... they just span their wheels a little bit. You know how that is, right? You ever worked on a project and it's like, alright, fill this out later, and you move on, and then you run out of time. I love the subtle guidance of how the camera angle is set in some of these sequences, by the way. Just to draw your attention to those hookshot things in case you didn't see them earlier. Where's the, Do I like FF9's final boss? Gameplay-wise, yes. I think it's actually a fairly well-designed final boss gameplay-wise. Story-wise, no, not at all. I have zoomed in the camera as far as I think it's possible to zoom in on FF9. I've done a theater of that game. And no, that boss is just kind of... I get what they were going for. I just don't vibe it. I love the cleverness of this puzzle, by the way. You put a vase on the thing, and then you break it with your arrow in order to change the switch. That's just cool. It's a very mean boss if you're not ready for it, I'll give you that. I suppose I'm a bit of a sucker for FF final bosses that are actually mean. Which I know is funny, because I like the Kefka fight, but whatever. And yeah, I get it. It's a thematic final boss. You're fighting death. I get it. In the game about life, you're fighting death. I get it. Doesn't make it good. I remember some idiot, this is a long time ago, back during, I think, the original marathon of FF9, was commenting that, geez, dingus, it's obviously just, you know, a metaphor and a theme. Why are you so stupid to not pick up on that? And it's like, no, that's not the issue I have with it. You moron. Remember these guys? These are pretty much identical to their same variant over in Wind Waker. It's really funny playing this right after Wind Waker because it's so much more obvious how much of this game is Wind Waker with different surface on top of it. Different polish, or actually polish at all for that matter. I'm not being facetious though. This actually is this is the Wind Waker engine. That's a good point, Blue Alex. I'll give you that. The worst final boss? Oh, Jesus. Huh. So we've got Mega Man X7 is pretty far down there. We've got Devil May Cry 2 has got to be pretty far down there. We've got Quest 64 has got to be pretty far down there. Starfield. Worst final boss in a good game. Okay, that's a little trickier. Oh no, I've played Sticker Star, but I've never fought Bowser because I've never gotten past. Well, let me walk that sentence back. I got past the Octo boss, the blooper boss, and that was the line for me. Successfully beating that boss made me convinced I never wanted to play that game again. Which is funny, because I do plan to play that game again someday. So while I am aware of Sticker Bowser, and how absolutely bullcrap he is, I have never experienced it personally. Paper Jam? So... Paper Jam probably exists as a video game, but I'm not sure about that. See, also, spiders. Okay, look. I think what's going to happen here very clear, Mr. Spiders. Come here, come here. There is no escape from your death. Die, die. Die, monsters. I actually haven't played all the Mario and Luigi games because I actually didn't play Paper Jam. After Sticker Star and I guess that's it. After Sticker Star, I was just kind of sufficiently demotivated to bother. So I didn't. Well, no, I was going to say Color Splash, but I kind of liked Color Splash. Narratively, at least. No, I liked Dream Team. I've played through Dream Team. But, am I taking this up? I think I'm taking this up. Well, I didn't have that problem, Kid Fan. We do have a Mario and Luigi block, and we are playing Paper Mario 1 and 2. That's actually already funded sometime after I get back to regular streaming. Anyways, but yeah, I was just demotivated to play Paper Jam, so I never actually played it. Sorry, simple answer there. wonder if that'll happen in the emulator. Like I said, I can't actually speak to Paper Jam because I literally haven't played it. I'm afraid not, Spartan. That would be very much against the rules. It would have to penalize you. You'd have to, like, just walk through the streets with the shame bell. It would be awful. By the way, that's already happened. So here's your bell. But now I can't get up. Yeah, I don't know why this particular puzzle took me entirely too long to figure out. There's even a pause just to give you a little bit of extra time in case you weren't really on it. I have not played the remakes of 1 and, I guess, 3. So I can't speak to those at all. Yeah, I was just... I almost caught myself because I was about to say the remakes of 1 through 3, and I had to catch myself because they never redid Partners in Time for some reason. I know that Bowser's Inside Story is the most popular one, and by memory is the best one. No, that's on your finger, Spartan. But, I enjoyed Mario and Luigi 2. I have no idea why they decided to skip that one. Like, Sometimes I have no idea why some people do things. It's just, it's a thing. That could have been Rex. And Lord knows Mario and Luigi, the remakes, did not sell well. So that's a damn shame, honestly. That's a good point. Mario and Luigi 2, Zelda 2, Galaxy 2. Let's switch this over here for now. Yeah, there was actually an interview about that, and when I say interview, I mean it was like a comment about that. It was like, yeah, no, we're not saying who all working on Brothership, but there are some of the original developers, and it's like, okay, thanks. By the way, to talk about the game we're playing right now for a second, can I just mention how wonderful the game design is of this particular dungeon? It's not like, wow, that was weird looking. It's not on the levels of, say, the previous 2 dungeons, but this is still a tight, well-designed thing. So, little things. So, what we're supposed to do, and I kind of already talked about this, is we're supposed to stand here, shoot the thing, cool. But what I love is how they tutorialize this, because it's all about the iconography. Just looking at this screen right here, you could tell immediately that circle is a space they want you to be. First of all, it's a circle. It's one of the only circles actually present on the screen right now. Second of all, it's a different color and styling. The outside edge is a little bit more golden than everything else, and the inside edge is a much more slate gray than like this kind of marble-looking thing, or the more dirt-looking gray over there. So it pops out visually and in terms of color, and in terms of it being the target. That's such a minor thing. I don't want to overpraise, but you could tell how someone sat down and thought about how do we encourage the player to stand right here. Boom. And now we can actually shoot through those. That's just great, the way they do that. And here's another one. Boop. Love that. Whoop, 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 whoop. I did not mean to hit that button. Yeah. actually shouldn't have done that because I wanted to pick this up first, but you get the idea. You got the compass, I'm guessing. Yep. Hell, there's even that long gray line drawing a line from each spot you're supposed to shoot at towards the crystal you're supposed to shoot. And how did the Hylians build this? Like, it's kind of a point that Termina, for example, is more advanced than Hylia. But this place almost assuredly predates Ocarina, so, huh? It's fine, Rex. Being completely honest, I don't remember where it is, so this should be fun. By the way, look. So that was the tutorial, and now there's a circle right here. Now, it doesn't have anything else connected to it, but it is a perfect angle to hit the switch from. Introduction, escalation. I don't know, Caspian. Because, like, a lot of... It almost has to, right? Because the Smash, Link, and Ganon, and Zelda were all based off of this game. You know, the GameCube one? So this has to predate it, just logically. But which super ancient, powerful civilization did it on Noble Dam? And for that matter, why? I mean, one thing we do know is this place is directly tied to the ancient Sky people. So... I'm probably misremembering then, so ignore me. I will admit, my total lack of shame, I didn't actually play Melee that much. I thought it was really boring. Now Link's hand is going to be sore for a week. Seriously, you ever draw a bowstring? just in general. Never mind as quickly as he just did it. Oh yeah, just in case someone thinks I'm not showing it off. There's that along the walls. You can make it that whatever you want to. Well, this is an easy puzzle. We'll just do this. And we're done. Also interesting backtracking spot over there. And a thing. I'm sure that won't be relevant. Moving on. If you're paying attention, there's a few things in this dungeon that are a little bit eyebrow-raising the first time through. Don't mistake me, we just had two extremely excellent dungeons in a row, but I think this one is also still an excellent dungeon. It's very unusual. So the entire game's approach to dungeon design has been use a single room twice or 3 times. So they recontextualize your paths through things. Like we just saw that with the Skullwoods, the Lost Woods, even getting here, right? And the previous dungeon, the Snow Peak, was all about that. Even as far back as the first dungeon in the tree, they do that. So this dungeon is the ultimate example of that, because in this dungeon, it is a narrow corridor, or corridor's the wrong word, it is a linear, I don't know why I keep starting with the S, it is a linear corridor. But the 2 times we go through this linear corridor will be different from each other. It's also one of the shorter dungeons overall, but I don't mind that. And yeah, because they know that you're going to be reusing stuff, they can play with that a little bit. Also notice there's a lot of kill-all rooms in this dungeon. Almost assuredly that's a reference, since older Zelda titles leaned on, red rooms a lot more than modern Zelda titles do. In almost every case, it's for an optional little thing, too, like the rupees we just got. Yeah, we also fight arguably one of the hardest enemies in the game here. So, these guys. Fully armored knights. Except, these are a fascinating enemy and might actually deserve their own positive. They've got a lot of the pluses of the original Dark Nuts back in Ocarina, but hang on, they get even worse than that. So that's already 3 types of attacks they've shown. Similar to the knights over in Wind Waker, we can knock off their armor bit by bit. At which point they get a little bit faster and change their tactics up. Then they do this. Yeah, and yeah, they quite literally have a helmet under their helmet. Now they're much faster, and a lot more about mobility, despite still being fully armored, by the way. So, Mortal Jaw doesn't even kill them, which is actually impressive if you know anything about that. dodge stuff like that. Yeah, these guys are getting their own plus. These guys are great. And they don't overuse them, just like the Dark Nuts back, or excuse me, the Iron Knuckles back in Ocarina. If they overuse this enemy, this would get old. We only fight, like, what, 4 of these ever? The only thing that makes no sense is, why is this guy here? I think you're right, Doom Rider. Excuse me. Yeah, fighting 3 of those at once at the Cave of Ordeals, that's fun. So, a lot of people make fun of the spinner and the chain ball, but if I'm being honest, I think this is the closest thing to being the worst item in this game. 4? Jesus Christ. Like, it's a neat item for when it's used, which is barely at all. However, I will give it a thing. I'm not going to give it a positive, but I will give it a positive note that I wouldn't have otherwise. Because, if you remember, we had this item back in Wind Waker. I never really put that together until about 20 seconds ago. No, seriously. But remember we had that stupid Song of Command to take control of the other person? Now, this doesn't operate the same way, but it does follow the same general principle. It's there to accomplish the same type of goal. And it's a lot smoother and faster to be like... well, okay, I was too far away, of course, but... That, then pause, pull out the baton, play the song, watch the animation, grab person, etc. Hey, Von Falkenstein. And yeah, we'll talk about some of the nonsense they're going to do here when we get there. Don't worry, we got time for it. Oh, yeah, also, hammer attack. No, what happened, Von Falkenstein? Yeah, you can also hammer yourself. I'll do it at least once, just for you. So now, recontextualization, the name of the game, and the name of this entire dungeon. So now we go right back through the exact same dungeon we just did. Remember, right at the beginning, it was like, hey, there's 2 statues here. Where's the other statue? And so now we are escorting this statue all the way back. Whoop, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. But how do we get through the fences? And that's how we can damage ourselves, by the way. I think you're right, Jay in the Notebook. I think it is just a little bit faster. Like this right here, I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be gaining on me, but it totally is. That shouldn't be right. Oh, there it is. God damn it. I'm blind. Literally could not see that. I was just gonna brute force that. This isn't quite a Hyper Beam moment, but you could tell that's kind of what they were going for. But the second time through here, you're supposed to look at all these challenges that, you know, you were having to outmaneuver and outrank and just kind of crush your way through them this time around. And yeah, exactly. Like, this is what Twilight Princess does when it's actually bothering to do things right. And that is making the second trip different. And hopefully more fun. $10-second penalty for that? Jesus Christ. So, this is clever. I actually really like these dungeons, despite the limitations here. So, hang on. We're just out of range, right? See? Can't actually do it. But, there's a bit of visual tutorialization going on, because that giant hole is what we're aiming for when we take control of it. And there's these two guys right here. And this is how we are tutorialized that we can interact with these guys, too. That's actually kind of brilliant. Someone was asking about good escort quests. I think this actually qualifies. Although it could be argued the statue is escorting us, but whatever. Now, this puzzle, if you remember, we're definitely going to recontextualize this puzzle. Because now, we need to get over there. We can't just jump off. Now, admittedly, it makes no real sense that it can't just jump off. There's no logic for that. But we have to actually solve the weight puzzle to progress. No, I agree with you, Kitten Fan. Like, a day ago? 2 days ago? Someone was saying, you know, can you think of good escort quests in gaming? And it's sort of been a question in the back of my mind ever since. Stay safe, Blue Fusion Volt. I pointed this out earlier, but... Notice how when you came up here the first time, it was really easy and obvious to see that gold hookshot thing. Because, you know, the camera faces directly toward it, and the gold is very well contrasted against the gray. You get to die. No bugs allowed. Still not quite enough. Thankfully, we got a few more. Let me double check here. It might be... I think it is in this room. And I don't remember how to get up there. Because I think it's up... Up there. There's another layer there. You can hear the Poe that's up there right now. And there's a door up there, too. I was actually just going to kind of dismiss it because of the Poe, which usually means optional. Ah, I see it. Kind of. Well, that's just how to get up there. Yeah, apparently those jars are heavier than we are, which says a lot about our ability to lift them. Actually, I believe in gameplay terms, they have exactly the same weight as Link. It's either that or they have like half the weight that Link has. Something like that. How disappointing are stamp chests? Yes. Yeah, this is a bit of a time waster puzzle, which is a shame because the whole dungeon's been pretty solid. If you remember the first time we did this puzzle, it was pretty quick and easy. Come here. Stay there for a second. I'm going to check something out. How are we supposed to get up there? Does anyone remember? I don't mind someone just telling me, because I don't actually remember how to get up there. Yeah, the hookshot point gets us up to the statue we needed. See if we can find another hookshot point. Oh, yep, okay. Also, we're gonna need you. Congrats, Braga. I need to look at which ones are available right now. And decide if I'm going to try to buy any. Because I don't know what my address is going to be by the time they ship. Nope, someone killed the bot. Who killed the bot? It was Jay Palmer. I don't think I ever answered Jay Palmer's question either, for that matter. Coincidence? I think not. Hey, a stamp. Great. Yeah, we'll see, Rickman. Who knows? Maybe they'll just have no, you know, shirts that I actually want. Yeah, by the way, how are Poes that cursed this guy in the present, in the past? Now, okay, as I say that out loud, I could see a way in which it's possible that that guy is actually cursed a really, really long time ago. But then again, if that's true, how is he in the modern Castletown, which we know was moved? Did someone just move him and his giant pile of money there? Like, I'm sorry, this whole section of the game is not quite as well thought out as it could be. Yeah, no, this is an extraordinarily easy to miss boss key, and I think between this and the puzzle thing, we've bought ourselves some negatives for an otherwise pretty good dungeon. Love me some stamps. All I want in life is more stamps. Sorry. I don't know why I chose that accent for that, don't ask me. I'm not going to give any negatives for stamps, I don't think. It doesn't really mess with the itemization of the game that much. Buying negatives. Look. No, I haven't been published. Which game? Or do you mean the Acolyte, in which case I'm going to have to raise an eyebrow at you, because I'm curious what you don't like about it. There it is. Find the damn button. There we go. I think you're right, Frieza. Okay, so negative to gameplay. You earned the thing. Oh, wow. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot Redbox even existed anymore. Not really just Rob. I think I bought 3 things this summer sale. I have a rule that unless something's under $10, it's not worth picking up on summer sale, unless it's immediately, like, happening. And that rule has served me well quite a long time. So I picked up, like, the latest Victoria 3 DLC, because that was like $5. And I don't even remember what else. I'd have to look it up. A lot of stuff's on sale, but not a lot gets below that $10 line. Not a lot got below that $10 line. I like Shadow of War quite a bit. It's got its issues, I'm not going to say elsewise, but it is nevertheless a game I would recommend. Let's see, I got... Apparently there was a DLC for SteamWorld Build, which I picked up, Victoria 3 DLC, and I bought Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail, because that's an up-and-coming game, and it's probably going to get funded soon. That's the 3 things I picked up. And it was 3. And all that stuff's show-related, because all of those are games we're going to stream. I don't really buy games off-camera unless it's a co-op affair. In fact, The Forest, by the way, is very on sale right now. It's like $4. If you're interested in a builder-focused survival co-op game, which does have a narrative, The Forest is jank as hell, but it's still a pretty good game in that category. I wouldn't recommend it without co-op, though, to be quite honest with you. But plug for anybody interested. And like I said, it's like $4 right now. Yeah, I know that feeling, Poogity. Okay. Surprisingly good. We've been enjoying Fallout 76 a lot. We're going to smash through the vanilla quest chain and then start getting on the actual, you know, the good content. Well, I never played Fallout 76 at launch. And holy crap. I did cover how many incredibly horrible mistakes they kept making with it. Because, like, every week there was another bit of news about how awful Fallout 76 was. Yeah, they failed, they just turned it around. And I will give credit to the Austin studio. I think it's Austin. Because they were pretty much hung out to dry. Like, they were bought to be a secondary studio for other projects. Not even for Bethesda works, just for other projects. And then, you know, they were handed Fallout 76, and that just went pretty much straight to hell. Almost immediately. A little bit further, a little bit further. There we go. But then they kept going. In fact, they're still going. I'm not willing to say they've No Man's Skied it, but they're definitely on the rise to being another No Man's Sky. And yeah, let's be clear. The recent show absolutely increased sales of Fallout 76, especially since if you watched it on an Amazon Prime account, you got a free copy of the game with it. Oh, there's still definitely some jank and some issues with it. Here's my personal favorite little issue in 76. Alright, how do you open the options menu in a PC video game? Tab, okay, that's, you know, a lot of people. I've actually asked this question of like 5 people so far, not counting stream. So tab's a good guess. Tab's a good guess. It is wrong, but it is a good guess. Okay, escape. That's probably the correct choice. Both are wrong, obviously. Tilde, F. You're not going to guess it, by the way, so I'll just go ahead and tell you now. So the way that you open the freaking menu, the settings menu, is the first thing you do... Yeah, by the way, screw this puzzle. The first thing you do is you open up the map. Once you're in the map, if you're paying very careful attention, there's this tiny, tiny, tiny little text thing in the upper left that says hit Z. If you do happen to hit Z, then you will be able to open the settings menu. Actually, it's more like you open the menu, and then you're able to open the settings menu from there, which is also this tiny, tiny text for some reason. Yeah, Z is in Z. So don't mistake me for overpraising the game. It's still a mess. It's just fun. And this is so weird. The community is really cool. Like, obviously there's always some jackass somewhere, and that's just normal. But the people are really legit. It's the weirdest goddamn thing. Speaking of someone who's played MMOs most of my life, like, people are just like, hey, what's up? You need some help with something? Okay, cool. Peace. Yeah, and then they'll just move on. Now, there are some jackasses, because there's a concept you might have heard of called trap houses. Now, the trap houses are exactly what they sound like. They're designed to get a player in there and then to kill the player for invading the house. So, again, not trying to overpraise because that's absolutely a thing. And yeah, ESO, I had good luck with there too. Now, then again, there has to be a massive asterisk here because I've had good luck with people in WoW. And WoW has a rep for not having good people. So it's entirely possible it's just me. As I've said many times, the best piece of advice I could give someone for deciding if a community is good for them or not is to completely ignore anything anybody says about that because all community statements are going to be anecdotal. I mean, I've encountered assholes in FF14, and I know some people look at me weird for saying that. And I'm not even talking about the Japanese players, who are notoriously dickheads in FF14. Yeah, some communities have a higher percentage of pricks. That's a really good way to put that. Whoop, wrong button, wrong button. There we go. Go away. Go away. You absolutely can, Pithy Panda. I even did it earlier just to show it off. Whoops. We did still. I believe you can do most of these in whatever order, as long as you do Sky last, because you need this item to access Sky. Although I suppose you could actually do Snow Peak last, now that I think about it. And yes, you missed a very high-scoring dungeon. While we're here... Well, interestingly enough, I'm not sure, Pugity. But logically speaking, there's nothing that really prevents you from doing this dungeon before Snowhead, for example. In fact, Snowhead's the only dungeon that has nothing to do with anything. You do have to do this dungeon before the Sky. That's pretty solid. But other than that... Okay, so we're back at the beginning of the dungeon. Almost. We're getting there. Sorry, one more. Sorry, I thought we were there. Ah, bad. Yeah, the item you get in Snow Peak isn't used for, like, anything. Even the spinner's used for a few things. Oh, God. Final Fantasy typo, aka, and that's what I'm going to call that game is, I know one of my viewers, Kay, really liked that game because it had Drugs Lady. It is a good Ultima showcase. I agree with that. We'll see what we think of the City in the Sky. We've been having some real banger dungeons back to back, so who knows? Okay, now we're back at the beginning of the dungeon. I do find it funny how many people will call the city in the sky, oh, it's Skyloft, and it's like, well, yeah, but like, no. I do find it, like, I find myself wondering how much they were inspired to make Skyloft based off of the city in the sky. If at all. Because as we talked about during the development of Skyward Sword, they didn't even have a Skyloft originally. It was all just Hyrule. It was just the overworld. So, this place is a little bit more dilapidated. Makes me wonder, actually. In fact, there's a lot of makes me wonder here, and unfortunately, as we already talked about, the odds are they just didn't think about any of this crap. I have plenty of writer trust in the writers of this game in particular, but I'm pretty sure that this entire sequence was just, this would be cool. So, why is this area so dilapidated, whereas the other area isn't? Yeah, no, I sincerely doubt they thought about it. Also, repeat of the first puzzle in the entire dungeon, but this time with the Dominion Rod instead of the arrows. And imagine getting to this point and not having the big key, by the way. That sounds a little bit, like, not quite, but a little bit like Link Between Worlds, Pyro. Oh, sorry. Small arachnophobia warning. Of course it's an eyeball. What else would it be? Armagoma. As an arm, I'm gonna get out of here. Gotta have the giant eyeballs. See, it's the movement. It doesn't bother me because that's not how a spider moves. See what I mean? No judgment if it bugs you. Just point it out. I mean, wouldn't you, Jane the Notebook, if she looked like that? Yeah, we've already killed a pregnant frog at this point in the game. Do you have to? Yeah, see, I'm just following continuity here. And then there's this. And then the weirdest boss music in the game. Not much to it. So, that's 3 of the shards. Just 1 left. Lord, you saw how nasty that monster was, right? The evil within the shards is more powerful than you could imagine. You know, it could be assembling something truly terrible here. It could be something we'll ultimately have to destroy. Ah, it's fine. Aonuma Puggy. Aonuma hurt Jesse's mouth. Whoop. So, I don't mind the kit here. Not really. You know what I do mind? Well, so now we're back in the... Oh, okay, sorry. No, we're not. We're not back in the present. We're still in the past. Hang on. So, we come back to the present. Uko's like, well done, adventurer. Uko sees what she was looking for. Goodness, yes, it's the Dominion Rod you found at the temple. That thing's been around for quite some time. I can see that its magic has been exhausted. But at last I can return to this guy, and I've completely forgotten the spell that would once again bestow it with magic. It can't be helped. I suppose I'll have to look for the statues that correspond to the rod. Uko's on her way. See you again. Bye. God, I hope you die. Hey, wait, what did you do to the Dominion Rod? She's gone. I suppose a useless rod is really more baggage, but what are you going to do? Did she just say something about returning to the sky? Last piece of the mirror is also said to be in the heavens. If you can restore magic, it might come in handy. And yeah, it doesn't work anymore. It's even dulled out in the icon. It's just dead weight. So... I can't even sell the damn thing. And yeah, it just loses all its magic. Okay. That sucks. Well. I don't know about you. I need a bit of a break after that. No, I'm not going to break for lunch yet. Not yet. Although, by the way, the lunch break's going to be longer than usual because I'm going to be doing a bit of a drive. I'm going to be driving my brother-in-law to his parents because, as I mentioned earlier, he's no longer going to be here, so we can have more room to clean out the house. I don't actually remember which letter that is. Ah, please come talk to me about Ilya. Cool. Catching me out. I will admit I have the bad habit of thinking this game timeline-wise in terms of dungeons. Probably because most Zelda games you could track the timeline based on dungeons. But in this game, that's not true at all. Like, if you were to map out an actual timeline, it would be like, alright, huge chunk of gameplay first dungeon, middling chunk of gameplay second dungeon, huge chunk of gameplay third dungeon, middling chunk of gameplay, fourth dungeon, etc., etc. Like, it's not linear at all. Okay, that's just rude. You get to die because of their sins. Huh. Okay. I am wrong. I don't know how to get in there. Yeah, Paper Mario 2 has such brilliant pacing. And that's actually all I'm going to say, because even saying anything more is going to be a spoiler. The whole Paper Mario series is just kind of bonkers. When you consider its progression. Paper Mario 1, solid, good game. Paper Mario 2, one of the best games ever made. Super Paper Mario, Sticker Star, ugh. Ugh. Okay. Then Color Splash, and then Origami King, which I haven't actually played yet. There are but a few hidden skills left for me to teach you. I warned you before, but if you fail to execute the skill I'm about to teach you, your life may be forfeit. Excellent. It appears you are capable of performing in my lost art. Very well. My sixth hidden skill is the Jump Strike. Did we already know how to do that? One of the basic sword techniques is the jump attack. It inflicts great damage, but none would call it effective against multiple foes. As part of the Jump Strike, do that. Link. There we go. So yeah, AoE jump strike. Because, you know, this game's awesome. There's only one left. You not already feel the courage granted by this strength as it guides you step by step towards your true enemy. Yeah, you've been raising health, right, Dakota? Yep, he picked up the 3 sword. Alright, one moment, please. I want to look something up really quick. No, we already did that. In the notebook. That's what I thought. We need to get to the hidden village in order to access the last stone. How do we get in here? Oh. It's literally the next thing we're about to do. We're even in Kakariko already. Actually, I'm curious of something really quick while we're here. Because now that Mallow's, you know, a big time... Welcome to the Mallow Mart flagship store, brother. We're currently holding a grand opening sale. Yeah, I'm gonna leave now. We've got booth Gorons here. Terrifying. Okay, I'll go talk to him. I actually didn't mean to leave the store there. Yeah, apparently quite a few YouTubers like to use that song. I'm not sure why. I can't say anything. I use a jingle from Mega Man 2. What are you doing here? Who are you, little human? Young lady's acquaintance? Alright, a little more respect or I'll kill you again. Jarvis happened to hear an acquaintance of one of our brothers had lost her memory and was in trouble. Me? I came down because I have something to discuss with the shaman. Oh. I've been waiting for you, Laura. Fortune has smiled upon us. If things go well, we should be able to help Ilya recover her memory. Do you know Telma's friend Shad? Seems he's researching the heavens and has come here to see the statue in the basement. And when Ilya was saved, she overheard someone talking about a rod of the heavens or something like that. The Goron Elder believes that to regain her memories, we must piece the two fragments of her past, which means if we work backwards from the place where she lost her memory, we may find something that will restore it, because that's how amnesia works. Now, we must retrace Ilya's path. I'm certain it was Telma who cared for her before she arrived here, was it not? So go speak with Telma. Sure. Shame's to say it, but to be honest, I cannot abide Telma's company. But she's got the hots for you, buddy. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and pull this thing out, because we're going to need it soonish. Lore. I remember being saved from a dangerous situation by someone. Someone who told me about the Rod of the Heavens. But now I can't remember who, why, or what it all means. Do you really think I'll recover my memory? I regret that a complete stranger like yourself got caught up in all this because of me. I'm so sorry. It's okay, complete stranger. I've upgraded. No, we friend-zoned her. She stranger-zoned us. Amnesia-zoned us? I don't know. Whatever you want to call that. Nah, that's fine. Like I said, we upgraded. Not really, Puggety. I mean, she got shot by an arrow, and then she has amnesia. That's pretty much it. I mean, I get it. Trauma's bad. Getting shot by an arrow, that, you know, that probably sucks. I guess. You know, a little bit. Yeah, no, she has amnesia because it's a video game. Let's just be honest about that. Like, they love their amnesia tropes. Oops. How's Ilya doing? I'm sure the shaman will find him made adventures. Yeah, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I liked Amnesia's usage in FF6, and I feel like there's another one, which I liked. All this writing, and he doesn't bother to mention a thing about little old me? Honey, that's what I call rude. Well, no accounting for the foolishness of a man. At least now I understand Ilya's situation. Of course, I'll lend a hand for that adorable little girl. What else do I know? First one to bring Ilya to the shop was the doctor. Maybe he knows something, but he's a crusty old bat, that's for sure. Honey, go take this to him. This magic little paper will get that codger talking. It's an invoice for the doctor's tab. Yeah, that'll probably get him talking. Sure would be nice if she started remembering things soon, huh? That's true, Jiggly Saint. Have I ever seen a negative review of something that's just a compilation of plot holes and nothing else? Yes, but only because you put the review in quotes, because I honestly contest the usage of the word there. But yes is the answer to your question. Some people I will not name out loud, I've seen do that, especially with regards to the Star Wars films, the recent ones. And the MCU, back when the MCU was actually good.
Huh?
What's that? Just as I wondered who it might be, I see it's an admirable young lad who's willing to help a Zora boy for nary a single rupee. What does he want, lad? You physical? You got some money, don't you? By the way, the girl Ilya didn't mention anything about me, did she? Dude, I'm gonna kill you. Ah! Look, I can't pay this off right now. I can see Telma's hired you some sort of heavy to strong-arm me, but she'll have to wait. Look, lad, if I'd been able to sell the wooden statue the young lady had, I would have been able to get the money. But I accidentally spilled medicine all over the carving, which made it stink. Put it outside to dry, but well, then it was stolen. Who goes around stealing people's stuff like that? What a world. Always have to be on guard, huh? Look, Mr. Heavy, at any rate, neither the money nor the carving is here. I can't repay you. Uh-huh. Well, he's gonna roam over there. Give me the money or I'll kill you. I'll eat you if you don't give me the money. Yeah, okay. Wow, he can't actually tell that we're a wolf because his vision's so bad. That's actually pretty funny. Actually, I do want to be a wolf. I don't know why I switched back. There we go. Oh, please. Really? Okay. Got a lot of jars in his place.
Plus AW need. Everything wanted.
You're fine, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine. Oh my god. Yeah, I thought it was inside, and then, like, nothing happened, which I was confused. Yeah, we also just changed right in front of one of the guards. Ugh, excuse me. I think the guard saw me transform and was just like, yeah, that ain't my problem. There it is. Yeah, I knew it let us transform in here for a reason. God, Laura. Oh, come on, I'm totally invisible. Alright, fine, whatever. God damn it. Well, let's see. If Link is a bunny and or a wolf, Zelda would be a honey badger. No, I'm kidding. That would be Midna. Although I guess Midna would be a spider, wouldn't she? I don't know. What do y'all think? What would Zelda be? What's her animal? What do you like? I like picking stuff up, but I hate stone pavement because it makes my paws hurt. Nobody understands that. Interesting. Owl. I don't think she'd be an owl. First of all, owl's kind of taken. Not only by Rauru, but also by quite a few other magically inclined beings. Looking for the wooden statue that Ilya had, aren't you? Think it's a coincidence I happen to know when it got stolen from the doctor's place? No. Yes, I'll admit it. I took it. But then I was attacked by some sort of skeletal dog beasts who took it from me. I don't know why those beasts were after her statue. I thought it likely she was in a dangerous spot, though. Those fiends lurk just outside the southern gate. They only come out at night. They always move as a pack. Don't get the statue until you give them all a thrashing. It sounds like a key to getting Ilya's memory back, so you must return it, or retrieve it. So, yeah, not an owl, but... I like hawk or raven. Like, she just feels like she'd be a flyer. It's also a nice, didn't I already get you? That's a nice comparison to Link, who, you know, is a terrestrial creature. We all know Ganondorf. He's a boar. Wow, we've already got 11 pose, and we're not really trying for those. Who's that one, I suppose? There they are. Come here, boys. Oh, that's ugly. It's got an eyeball, so it's got to be evil.
May part with us. Open.
I mean, if any of those are even in the game, then probably, since we know she can take over monsters and control them. She got her memory. No, I'm joking. Remember something. And it's always a headache. I was confined somewhere. I was saved by whoever was confined with me, and when that person set me free, they gave me the statue. I don't remember that much, but that means the person is still in trouble. What is wrong with me? I can't remember where that place was. I remember. Thought I'd seen that before somewhere. That belonged to the tribe that protected the Hylian royal family long ago. Yeah, the Sheikah, who are pretty much completely gone at this point. They worked in secret, so they lived in a lonely, forgotten place. I heard that tribe dwindled in prolonged wars. Want to find a hidden village, look for the path, and yeah, I actually know where it is. Rock slide, so you can't get there anymore. Oh, I don't mean to worry you. Problems like these are not problems to Gorons. Well, no, actually, that makes perfect sense. Like, it's logical that the Sheikah, who are already down to one known member by Ocarina, a century later are completely extinct. So, no issues there. Other than the obvious, ugh. Thanks for the years of service, and now you're dead. And then 10,000 years later, the Sheikah were everywhere. Somehow. Don't ask questions. The Yiga. I can't think of anything funny. No. Uko's people. They developed into the Yiga. There we go. That's why they like bananas so much. No, it's totally the same timeline, Puggy. It's definitely lemonade. It's not piss, I swear. Look, it's faster. I don't know what you want from me. Although, actually, before we get too close... We're gonna get some arrow practice in just a second here anyways. So this should be fun. There's also quite a few heart pieces we could get now with, of all things, the spinner. Trying to keep that relevant. So yeah, speaking of westerns, and I think this is my second favorite song in the game. There's a hidden village up ahead, little human. The elders call it a forgotten place. The scent that's been burning in my nostrils is the scent of evil. There's one powerful creature I've seen about, but under that beast are many minions who attack and plunder like a pack of hyenas. There are 30, no, at most 20 of them ahead. They're probably just a small band of survivors. Ragged remnants who have settled leaderless into this village. If that's all they are, then you're more than enough, though. But you'll have to defeat them all to save that girl's benefactor. Before you go, I'll tell you a secret of the best of them. Destroy them before they spot you. Remember, shoot the enemy before they shoot you. It's better if it's daytime for this, but whatever. It's high noon. No, we never got the scope. Not that we need it in this version. We got gyro controls. Notice how several of them were scripted to fall over like the banisters, like this was a Western. Like that, right there. You also don't have to be clever about it. You can just walk up and you know, attack them. Game. No, this one. The one I'm looking at, game. Please target this guy. Thank you. I've just like several games that have scored positively. That's pretty much what the coffee tag is there for. But yes, Total Warhammer 3 is a good example of a game that scored very well, and I'm still not a big fan of. Didn't say to climb up the desk there, Link, but thanks. Thanks for that. Of the beast have faded into silence. Wait, are you the savior? It's you, the savior. Please, call me Lore. Please forgive me for not opening up the door. My name's Impaz. I'm the last resident of this poor village. My name comes from the Great One who built this village so long ago. This village was once the secret home of a proud tribe who served the royal family, but fell into decline and became infested with dangerous beasts. It's become an awful place. Excuse me for asking, but is your name Lore? I knew it. So you saved that nice girl. Lovely. When she was here, she would often cheer me up by saying you would come to help. That's sweet girl. She worried about this old woman even as I helped her to escape from here. By royal order, I can't leave this place until a certain person arrives, no matter what terrible fate is visited upon it. But listen to me, blather on. I have a favor to ask. Would you help me return this to her? I think she always kept it close to her heart, but even so, she didn't hesitate to part with it in order to protect me. Ilia's charm. I believe in my heart it's kept me safe all this time. So please, I ask you return it to that girl. She was right. Shing! And now there are no more Sheikah. And thus does the line of the Sheikah come to an end. Okay, where is this stupid thing? Because I always forget this too. It is the last Howling Stone. Oh, where's the damn thing? I know it's here. I was trying to listen for it. Because, you know, you can usually hear them from a little bit. There's also some cuckoos here. I wouldn't worry about that, though. I think you're right. Come on, Link. Oh my god, come on, Link.
What would be?
What? Come on. It's right. Okay.
Don't take me.
There's no one to scare. Here.
I need power.
It's probably just the whole zone. Yeah, there's this one horse that's just watching me. Here, just to prove that, we'll go all the way over here, and I bet it still won't let me. Yep. Yeah, no, it's the freaking area. Look at that. Won't even let me change in the cave. Come on, game. She's like, I know what you're doing. You're trying to turn into a beast. That's just, whatever. Back in. Like, literally, just turn around. We may have to do the chicken thing now, too. Because we left and came back. Hopefully not. Oh, wow, all the windows got fixed. That's some quick work. Okay. Any guesses for the song? I was gonna say, this is pretty impressive for a bull. My goodness. Yeah, no, it's the central Hylian theme. Stuff in around here is all monster loot. If you want some of that nice loot, just dig around to your heart's content. Okay. Do I have... Did you repair this window in, like, 20 seconds? Okay, maybe it was more like 2 minutes, but still. Okay, looks like we can't even start the second version yet. Alright, whatever, that's fine. No, don't... No, don't... Come on, game. Now we can just transform in town, because she's gone. That would be an interesting game. The Kukos are just like the constructors for some reason. All that power they use to swarm in on someone to kill them, they actually just use to build something really, really quickly. Like they just swarm into a ball and then they leave and there's a new building there, right? Something like that. I mean, nostalgia's weird, Puggity, so that's not super surprising. There might be a second shift today. Depends on how long the trip I'm about to do is. At last, the time is now. This is the 7th and final hidden skill that I can pass on to you. This forgotten skill is the ultimate secret technique and attests the true courage of the one who wields it. Excellent. It appears you are certainly capable of performing my lost art. The Great Spin. You have at your disposal the basic sword technique known as the spin attack. You have mastered numerous hidden skills and now house the spirit of the true hero. You now have the ability to magnify the power of your spin attack. But the only time you can draw out that energy was when you're full on health. Mine's the mortal draw. Easy answer. Impressive. I'll repeat this once more. You can only perform this at full health. The final hidden skill has been passed on. You have at last mastered all of the hidden skills. Although I accepted life as the hero, I could not convey the lessons of that life to those who came after. At last I have eased my regrets. You who have marched through countless foes, each mightier than the last, you who now gaze to the future with vision unclouded, surely you can restore Hyrule to its stature of yore as the chosen land of the gods. Farewell. Go and do not falter, my child. And in case it wasn't amazingly obvious, it was confirmed later that, yeah, no, that was Link. It was the Link from the Ocarina of Time and from Majora's Mask. He was never able to actually pass on his skills, so he never really stopped. He was never really at peace, just like so many of the people he brought to peace back in Majora's Mask. But at least part of that is because Ganondorf was still active, and he knew that to some extent or another. Now that Ganondorf is active again, he awakens, helps us, and now that he's passed on all his knowledge to us, he can finally move on. He passes peacefully, just like all of the people that he helped to pass back in Majora. And I like that little dovetail there.
Come on.
Yeah, I agree. I get why they made, you know, the Hyrule theme the last song, but I agree that the Song of Healing should have been the last song instead of the first. I mean, he says it flat out. It's not even it's right there on the screen, right? I can now pass on now that I have no more regrets. I mean, he's obviously not our father, so. But considering he is our ancestor, it makes sense that he would call us his child, literally, not just metaphorically. Oh, right. I knew you once. Nah. Yes, this feels familiar. The scent of hay. The donation from Nameless Baron. Thank you, Baron, as always. You were always there, always beside me. Yep, we're taken, though. She remembers Bragwin. There you go, perfect. She remembers the scent of Bragwin. I will admit, as weird as this probably sounds, this moment doesn't hit for me as much as it probably should. Like, this is supposed to be this really big reunion with our bestest of friends and totally not girlfriend. And we've spent pretty much the entire game trying to help her. I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. Not quite the same way as Colin did, for example. Colin, that was a good moment. This is more like, hey, okay. Hell, Midna had better moments than this. I don't know. I like this too, but everyone's like, alright, leave him alone. Kid. There you go. This gift was meant for you. It was something I wanted to give you before you left on your journey. Please, Laura, take it. Now you can call Bragwin wherever you want to. And that's the other thing. That's kind of an extremely useless item, especially at this point. Like, that would have been more useful to get that item 20 hours ago. And yeah, that's true. She was already safe. She was already saved. And, like, the amnesia thing was just kind of there. Remember what I was saying about the Rod of the Heavens? Well, actually, it was about the Messenger of the Heavens who held the rod. The nice woman who saved me told me about it. Apparently in this woman's village they guarded something for the heavenly measure for generations. They can't give it away until he arrives with the rod. That's why she couldn't leave the village. Cool. Yeah, Midna nearly died. Was, in fact, in the way of dying via poisoning.
what you do?
And yeah, this is a really weird bit of backtracking, especially since if you were paying attention, we could go right back to the hidden village earlier without any real incident. Yeah, light poisoning doesn't sound pleasant to me. And I'm not a being of Twilight that you know of. So, speaking of extremely small changes, they changed how the timing is of the dash in this. It's just a small little tidbit, but it's weird. You always look at these really, really, really microscopic changes they do when they're doing these kind of remasters. That's a good point, Blade Travel. We have seen light poisoning. In fact, this is so weird. Because we've seen light poisoning in WoW and in FF14. And that's doubly funny because what light is completely different in both games. It's still nighttime. Why is it still nighttime? Hang on a second. This is actually irritating me. Yeah, what does it look like? Not fun. We'll answer with that. Come on, daytime. Go, daytime. Go. 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 Wait, the castle in the sky is the freaking daytime dungeon? Oh my god. It's really strange because, like, it doesn't really matter the night-day thing. It only matters for either cosmetics, which is what I'm doing it for right now, or, like, 2 dinky side quests throughout the course of the game. But still, it's such a strange exclusion. Like, why wouldn't you have that in this game? Ooh. Lemon and raspberry. One thing it would be helpful for, the bugs. The bugs are so much easier to see at nighttime. And of course there's the pose. How many of you, this is an awkward zombie comic for this, how many of you have reached a Poe and then it's turned daytime? And then you just sit there and wait because you don't want to redo that section. Come on, game. Is time even passing? Like, is this an area where time doesn't pass for some reason? No, it's going. I think I'm talking myself into a negative for this, because that's like 3 side quests that are affected by this. And it's just such an easy thing. Yeah, no kidding, off the deeper end. Almost there. Almost there. Stay on target. Stay on target. Hey! I was gonna say, I never even knew about that, Rex, and I know this game reasonably well. Not super well, just reasonably. Oh god, it's the early morning fog. Whatever, at least it's daytime. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Ahem. Do something fun with us. Okay. You like cats, right? Welcome, this is the Forgotten Village. 30, no more like 20. That's how many cats have made it back here to the village. Perhaps you could, you know, play with them? They're all so lonely. Just talk to them. But if you leave the village, it'll be like you never talked to any of them. Cats are forgetful. Oh, let me give you a tip for speaking to all of them. Start at one end. This is much harder than the other thing we just did. It's Hanyan. And hey, Jelly Leprechaun. Whoa there, camera. Whoa there. Yeah, no, unlike the previous thing where if you kill one, they're gone, you can re-talk to some of these, and some of them follow you around, and a lot of them look similar. And there's 20 of these suckers. Do you feel lucky, cat? Speaking of which, I was thinking about what you said the other day, Jelly Leprechaun, because it's been bugging me. And I think one of the biggest problems I have in terms of being a streamer is there's a disconnect between what I say out loud and what I actually put in the document. Like, this has been pointed out a couple of times recently. Like, I'll sound negative about a game, but I won't actually give a negative for a point, because why would I? It doesn't deserve a negative for that. As I've said many, many times, just because I don't like something doesn't mean it deserves a negative, right? So what I will have a bad habit of doing, and I'll have to try and watch this to make sure I don't do this anymore, is I'll be like say something happens, especially in the heat of a moment, like in the middle of a combat, or in the middle of a difficult dungeon, or in the middle of a timed quest, and I'll be like, game! I have that habit in real life, by the way. I'll be driving along the street, and the car will be like, huh? And I'll be like, game! To my car. Anyway, so I will presume, in the moment, you know, that it's on the game and not me, but obviously that's not always true, and I usually try to do that little self-correct to figure out what's actually going on. It's much more obvious if I actually blame the game if I say something different, like something along the lines of, okay, I don't know why this is happening. If I ever reach that point, then yeah, I'd actually think that something's up with the game and not just me. Okay, so I don't know how to get over there, so hopefully we don't have to. I don't remember where all these are, so I'm just kind of playing it by ear here. Or, yeah, or if I actually codify, this deserves a negative, which, again, is pretty rare compared to how many times I'll be like, game! Or, what the hell was that? Or, that was buggy. But I don't always give the bug negative because, you know, I'm not sure if it's a bug. Stuff like that. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so in here next, I think. Oh, God, we're only up to 9. This quest, I swear. I don't even remember if this is mandatory or not. Yeah, that's another thing. Bugs are kind of hard to narrow down when it really comes down. Like, some stuff is repeatable, right? Some stuff, Turbo, is not. So, in some cases, it's more like, you know... you remember when, in this very game, when I was trying to go up the staircase, it was even turned into a short. And I just started walking into the staircase. Obviously, that's a bug, but, like, how big of a bug is that? How repeatable of a bug is that? Oh, I'd never seen that bug before. And Lord knows I have a bit of a reputation for somehow magically finding bugs that other people don't. Oh, God, Starfield. Screw Starfield. Sorry. That has nothing to do with anything. It just bears repeating. Like, that's how I wake up in the morning. Screw Starfield. Okay, now that we've done that. There we go. That was strange. See what I mean? That was strange. But I'm not giving it a negative. And I'm pretty sure in that case it was because I was just hooking too low. So that was on me. But my immediate reaction is, huh? In the moment. Good example of what I'm talking about. Oh, there. Thankfully, that's a feature this game added over Wind Waker. We've actually showed that off earlier. If you go over the ledge, but you don't keep holding forward, you'll actually grapple the other side of the ledge. And not, you know, plummet to your death. If you're still holding it, well, sucks to be you. 5 left. I think I still need to go up left, and I know I need to go here, and I think I can make this jump. I am wrong. Okay, cool. Okay, hitboxes are usually... The code behind how games calculate hitboxes is actually kind of fascinating. Because it's very much done on the fly. It's not as static as you'd think, especially in more modern games, where the hitbox is usually a fully three-dimensional space. So, it is actually possible, depending on the code, to have pretty much identical input and have different output, depending. So I feel like I need to come at this one from the other side. Oh, hey, Jolly Leprechaun! And Jolly Leprechaun says, I'm out! Peace! Words. Alright, so I think I need these two up here. So aiming towards the top this time to make sure it actually grapples. Graps? I'm just wording all over the place. Oh man, Kitten Fan. That's just funny, Jolly Leprechaun. I'm out! I'm out! Screw it. So it's funny you say that, Bionic, because the answer is none. I forgot this even existed when I was talking about a Western Zelda, and then someone brought up, like, almost immediately. You mean like the frickin' Hidden Village in Twilight? And I was like, oh, yeah. Shoot. Well, I still want that. I don't remember how to get up over there. Because that's where I need to get. There's at least one over here. I don't know how to get up. Maybe I was right the first time and I just screwed it up. See, that's another thing. Sometimes I screw something up. And it's actually at the north, Bionic Bunk. If there was a mid to jump, I wasn't seeing it. Not saying there isn't one, just saying I wasn't seeing it. Hey, there we go. So I'm missing 2 now. I have no idea where the last 2 are. Yep, it's a northern. We got this new genre of game. It's called a northern. So this is the part that I don't care for. It's the one where you have to just go back and talk to everyone again and be like, did I already talk to you? Did I already talk to you? Did I already talk to you? Like, because nothing marks a cat as done. Unlike the first time through where it's pretty obvious because they're dead. Oh, so we hadn't talked to that one. So now we're missing 1. Hey! And then we eat them all. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious cats. Yum, yum, yum. Listen, it's not my fault cats are so delicious, okay? Oh, it's right there. Harpies. Woo! Okay, so the actual plot thing we were here to do. Is that girl doing alright? She's dead. That rod. Is that the Dominion rod? Could it really be? Are you the messenger to the heavens? Among the legends of my clan, there's a story from the time when the Uka still maintained contact with the royal family. It said a mysterious rod was handed down from the people of the sky, called the Dominion Rod. It was only to be carried by the messenger of the heavens when the royal family needed to communicate with the Uka. From generation to generation, my ancestors have guarded the book that by royal decree was to be given to the messenger of the heavens. Here you go. It desperately needs to be fixed. It's written in the ancient language of the sky writing. I'm so glad I stayed in the village. If I had not, I couldn't have met that little girl. And what would have become of me? Me and the girl must have been ordained by destiny and fate. We are nothing but pawns. Damn. You realize you can go somewhere else now, right? Yeah. You don't have to be a crazy cat lady. Okay, you don't have to sleep on this wooden plank and get eaten by your own cats. Get out of here! I mean, it did... I'm not gonna lie, it did bother me, but you're right, I do try. I suppose it's so pathetic, because I know most people don't actually care. But keeping the reviews as fair and accurate as possible is something I care about a lot. It's something I've wanted to do for a very long time. Like, well before I ever even started streaming, you know? 2 off the deeper end. Okay, so with that done, I don't remember if he's here or there. Let's do this really quick. So we're actually not at the next dungeon yet. I've got a few more minutes before I got to start driving. I'll pick up lunch when I'm out and about. So what you're saying, Rex, is you're gonna stab me to death for disagreeing with you. You can't like Ocarina, or sorry, again. You can't like Twilight Princess because that means you hate Majora's. Stab. And if and it means you hate Ocarina. Stab. Oh god. And it means you hate LTTP. Oh. Oh god, the bloom. And it means you hate Phantom Hourglass. Oh god, Phantom Hourglass. Hey, I gave Phantom Hourglass positives. Okay, I'm just saying. I did. There was some cool stuff in there. No, maybe, yes. No. Okay, so I'm driving my brother-in-law to his parents in like 20 minutes here. And that's so that the house can be empty so that I can get it into a good situation. We're streaming this until we're done with the game, right? We're streaming this until we have finished Twilight Princess. What is blooming? You notice how you can see everything clearly and without any issues here, Zara? Well, you can't hear, and that's because of bloom. Any questions? Exactly, Bionic Punk. The kiddos are already gone, and he's going to leave, so it's just going to be me and Sis. And I'm going to finish streaming this, and once I finish streaming this, once I finish streaming the game, I should say, I'm going to go ahead and move on to getting the house in. Of course he's not here. You know what? Fine, whatever. What? Okay, fine. I'll go talk to Shad in Kakariko. Jesus Christ. It's okay. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to figure out how to get GDQ on the TV while I'm packing and cleaning and moving stuff. If I'm really lucky, it won't take that long. I found out somewhat recently that we're actually not keeping most of the furniture, which is going to help tremendously, let me tell you. There's a lot of furniture here that I'm very happy we're getting rid of. Absolutely off the deeper end. In fact, the bloom negative has become a semi-common one we've given. I say semi-common, we've given to like 8 games, but still. Bloom actively gets in the way of the game. Go watch the Breath of the Wild stream to really see Bloom. Because that's awful, Bloom. Furniture I'm upset for leaving? None. Hell, I might leave this chair, I might leave that mattress, and I might leave this desk. All of those are maybes, though. We are leaving behind that couch, that table, that couch, that desk, that table, and I think... Oh, no. And both of the kids' bedrooms, or bed things. Beds. Bed frames. There we go. That's the word. How long do I expect to be away from? I have no idea. It's entirely possible that after we get the house into saleable store, setup, like everything's ready and good to go, that we'll list it and then it'll get sold immediately. That's one of the reasons why I'm not streaming any video games until the move is concluded. That's why it's going to be Streaminations next. Ah! Very carefully, Chill Pangolin. Hey, dude. What's this? Ah, skywriting. Where in blazes did you get this? You don't suppose this could be the word that breaks the seal? Right, let's try it out. Melon. No reaction. So it's not this statue. Thanks. You brought me one step closer to solving this puzzle. I'll give the book back to you. I shall try this word out on other statues. I made the rounds of these statues so many times I've memorized the locations. I'll place marks on your maps. Every one of these marks is near an owl statue. If you'll excuse me. Bye. The writing of the book was a spell that imbued the staff with magic. Now you can do to the other statues what you did before. So, we should check out those spots. So, this is a good time to give a gameplay negative. Look, I like this game, but this is a weirdly padded section. Think about how long it's been since we left the Temple of Time. Now, granted, we did do a side quest in the middle of that, but that side quest was also kind of dovetailed into the main quest. So, at an absolute bare minimum, we'd be like, all right, go there, go to Kakariko to get, or sorry, go to Castletown to get the news to get to Kakariko, to talk to them, to go back to Castletown, to be able to find the scent, to follow the scent to the cat, which then tells us roughly where to go. At which point, we're able to come back to Kakariko, talk to them, go up to the hidden village, which is mandatory. Smash through the thing, go through, finish the first part of the village, which is mandatory, free impas, go all the way back here, get the friggin' item, turn it in, she's saved, get the charm, cool, bring it back to her, talk to her with the Dominion Rod, hey, here you go. And then once she's seen the Dominion Rod, she gives you the book, we come here with the book, and then we're not done yet, because now we run around hitting all the statues. And yeah, there's a whole lot of just... What are we doing here? Yeah, there's a weird amount of meandering at this point, and it needed an editing pass. And yeah, this is all to unlock a dungeon, which, again, is fine. I don't mind if you have a big chunk before a dungeon. We've already seen that with Dungeon 1 and 2 and 3. But this is just, all right, go here and then come here, and then go here and then come here, and then go here and then come here. And thank God for fast travel. Hi, Evo. I'm going to put this under pacing, because I think that's one of the biggest problems here. I'll get lunch while I'm out driving. That's a good question, Oceans. I don't know. We are approaching the second to last dungeon, Traxie, and I think it's officially late enough that I have to get ready to go. So, I'm gonna go and chop off. I would like to do a second stream today. It's not a long drive, so it's gonna be like half an hour there, half an hour back. I will probably pick up food on the way, so it might take me a little bit longer, you know, get lunch. But otherwise, there should be a second stream, and I'll see you for that.